concur with the House amendment and speak to that amendment?
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment is just defining, this is the bill that was proposed by the robotics team from St. Bridget's, and they are, I've got to look away from my seatmate for a minute. But yes, he got me. So, in any case, this just defines a little more precisely who will be allowed, where the buses will be allowed to deliver, not to residential homes. Thank you, Madam President. I hope you'll support the bill.
The question is, shall the House amendment be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 3. The House insists on the substitute and request a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 3? All in favor of the motion, please record your vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Eben, or Senators Deed, Surville, and Suderline. Senate Bill 49. The House has insisted on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 49? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, Senators Favola, Mason, and Hanger. Senate Bill 62. The House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee on conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? McDougal. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the chair of the Committee on Rules, Senator Locke, or Senators Favola, Locke, and Vogel. Senate Bill 68. The House insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference.
The gentlelady from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee on conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 68? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Locke, or Senators Favola, Hashmi, and Newman. Senate Bill 108. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Richmond, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 108? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those
Ayes 39, no 0.
ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Morrissey, Surville, and Hanger. Senate Bill 361. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the request for committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 361? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senator Stewart, McPike, and Hashmi. Senate Bill 435. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from southern Fairfax County.
Move that we accede to the committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senators Barker, McPike, and Pillion. Senate Bill 440. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 440? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? McClellan. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Judiciary, Senators Edwards and Deeds, or Senators Boysko, Surville, and Norman. Senate Bill 581.
Good afternoon. All right, the Joint Courts of Justice and Senate Judiciary meeting is called to order. I would first start by asking that all of the judges and judicial candidates who are in the room, if you could please exit, and we will call in the candidates one at a time. So if you could exit the room at this time if you are a sitting judge or a judicial candidate. Also, the members of the Joint Committee have before them the applications. The staff has provided, including a list of those for judicial interviews. In conferring with Senator Deeds and Chairman Bell, it looks like what we will do in the interest of time and the hour and in consideration of the distance some candidates have to drive back home, we'll start with the first page with in the order as presented, including the 30th Judicial Circuit and the several candidates for the 26th Judicial Circuit and District, and then we will move to the candidates for the Virginia Supreme Court, or the Supreme Court of Virginia, and then resume the trial judges after that. So if we could start with, from the 30th Judicial Circuit, Thomas Baker.
I'll go ahead and start for the introduction, Mr. Chairman, and this is Tom Baker. He's the pick for the 30th Judicial Circuit. He's been practicing over 20 years. He's been a prosecutor, but he's been a defense attorney since he was a prosecutor, and he's our pick from the 30th Circuit.
Good afternoon. All right, welcome, sir. If you could speak to your candidacy for this judgeship.
As everyone in here has the desire to serve their community, I feel that all of us have that desire, and that is what I would like to do, is help my community and serve the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And that is the reason I request and ask to be a judge.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee?
And like I said, Chairman, I think for everybody's brevity, this is all these judges are local. I think I can speak for everyone who's got a local judge that y'all all met and went through the process with your local, whatever your local process is, and we did that in the 30th.
Delegate Kilgore, if you could speak into the microphone, just maybe for the benefit of those here.
I was just saying that for all of you all the local judges, I think everybody has their own process, and the candidates have gone through that process, and that's why we're just asking for it to be as brief as possible so we can get to all the ones we have today.
Mr. Chairman, I have one brief question.
Delegate Sullivan.
Mr. Baker, do you know Terry Kilgore?
I do.
Good answer. Just stop right there.
Stop.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Baker, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Judge Darrell Funk.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Since Judge Funk is doing this by video, I hope you don't mind if I introduce him from here.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Judge Darrell Funk is the nominee by the legislators in the Shenandoah Valley, the 26th Judicial Circuit. Judge Funk is now a juvenile judge. He has actually served as clerk of circuit court in Warren County, and before that was in law practice, I think with Judge Athey, who's on the Court of Appeals. But all of us in the 26th Judicial Circuit know or have come to know Judge Funk. He's done a great job on the juvenile court, and it's my pleasure to introduce him to the committee via Zoom. I understand he's in Portland, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing him to appear virtually.
All right, thank you. Judge, is there anything you'd like to express to the committee with respect to this candidacy for the circuit bench?
I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, very good. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Obenchain, Speaker Gilbert, everybody who supported me from the 26th district. I've always dedicated my life to service to the citizens of our community. And, you know, when I was circuit court clerk, I was able to implement a lot of the ways of technology, working with now Judge Athey. And I look forward to going back to the circuit to be able to continue to work on bringing justice to all of our citizens in as timely manner as possible. And I want to thank the General Assembly for the opportunity to serve as a juvenile judge up until this time.
All right, questions from the committee? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate your candidacy.
Thank you so much. Again, appreciate for letting me appear this way.
Next is Andrew Bauer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Andrew Balger is a lawyer practicing with in Harrisonburg. He is the nominee for the circuit court in the 26th Judicial Circuit. I actually had the privilege of practicing law with Andrew for a number of years until I up and deserted him in 2014. He's an outstanding trial lawyer, has extensive civil practice. One thing that he will not tell you, well, he worked for the Supreme Court of Virginia before coming to work for me with Chief Staff Attorney's Office, and I got a call from Chief Justice at the time, Lemons, telling me, Andrew wants to come home to the Shenandoah Valley, and you've got to hire him, and did, and it's one of the best decisions ever made. What he won't tell you is that when he went to law school, he went to Regent, and lawyers on the committee will remember the great big ads that Regent Law School placed on the back of the ABA Journal touting their victory in the National Moot Court Competition, beating every major school in America. Andrew was one of the 4 members of that National Moot Court Championship team. He's an outstanding orator, great trial lawyer, and it's our pleasure to recommend him for the circuit court bench.
Afternoon. Thank you.
Afternoon. Would you like to speak to your candidacy for this position?
Yes, as Senator Obenchain said, I came home to the Valley. I'm very excited to represent the people of the Valley on the circuit court, in particular Harrisonburg and Rockingham County. I grew up in Rockingham County, and very honored to have the opportunity to fill this position.
Good. Any questions from members of the committee? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, next is Kenneth Alger.
I don't know where the speaker is. He ought to be carrying some of this weight. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this next nominee is Ken Alger. Mr. Alger serves as Commonwealth's attorney for Page County. He has long practiced in the Shenandoah Valley. He is the selection by the legislators in the Valley to serve as General District Court Judge for the 26th District. Mr. Alger has great reputation and will do a super job. Ken?
All right. Thank you. Mr. Alger, would you like to say anything about your candidacy for this position?
I would appreciate your support. I have been a public servant for 20 years, and that's why I want this to go to the next stage. I believe in serving my community, and I'm excited about some ideas to bring onto the bench.
Okay.
I might add that I've never received more emails and telephone calls on behalf of a judicial candidate in my life than I received on behalf of Mr. Alger.
Okay. All right. Do any of the members have any questions?
Good job.
Okay. All right. Thank you. James Drowne.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jamie Drowne is a practitioner in Winchester, and he has been selected to serve as the Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court judge for the 26th district. He's been coming down from Winchester to Harrisonburg and serving as a judge designate for several years now. He has a great reputation among practitioners, and the clerk's office, most importantly, loves him. He's going to do a great job, and is the unanimous selection of the members of the Shenandoah Valley delegation for Juvenile Court for the 26th Judicial District. Jamie.
Thank you. All right, welcome, Mr. Drowne.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, could you speak to the committee about your interest in this position?
Well, I've been practicing now for over 35 years. Primarily, my practice has been in family law. I think I have done just about every aspect of family law and juvenile court, from just all of it. I've been a substitute judge now for almost 10 years. I love the job. I love going down to Harrisonburg. I truly just enjoy it very much, and I've really enjoyed the practice, making a difference in people's lives, and I think it's a great opportunity to do it as a judge too.
All right, thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? All right, hearing none, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, and then finally from the 26th Judicial District, Nancy Williams.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, with the elevation of Judge Funk to the Circuit Court leaves a vacancy in Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court. And Nancy Williams has long practiced in Shenandoah Valley. She is uniquely qualified to serve in this position. She will do a great job as juvenile court judge, and it is our pleasure to commend her to the committee. Nancy.
All right. Welcome, Ms. Williams. If you could speak to your interest in this position.
My interest in the position really stems from probably childhood on. I grew up in the foster care system from age 6, and I aged out at 21 years old in Rockingham County. I have had my entire practice pretty much committed to the juvenile court, and I've served in every single position except the judge and the DCSE attorney. So I do have a passion for this and the children. I've lived their lives. I've lived the lives of these families, and I think I would bring a lot to the position.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members on the committee? All right, hearing none, thank you, Ms. Williams.
I would add what a role model she will be to kids coming through the juvenile court. And when I mentioned the unique qualifications, she truly brings something to this job that I'm not sure that anybody I've ever seen brings this job in terms of her life experience. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I will turn the gavel over to Senator Deeds.
Okay, we're going to shift gears and go to the appellate candidates at this point, and we're going to try to get through them. The first one I've got is Clay Athey, or Clifford Linwood Athey Jr., I think our old friend Clay. Okay, Clay, it's good to see you. I just want you to tell us why you want to be on the Supreme Court.
Well, let me say, first of all, nothing compares to being down here. Whenever I come down, it gets to me. But short of being here with all of y'all, I've really enjoyed being a judge, circuit judge, and on the Court of Appeals. And when this opening came open, to be frank with you, I'm 61 years old, at 73, it's mandatory retirement. I felt like, well, I could serve a full term, so I figured it was the right time to try to do it, because here in a couple of years, I wouldn't be able to serve a full term.
How would you compare your time on the appellate court to your time as a trial judge? I mean, what different things have you learned?
Well, to be frank with you, because I'll be straightforward with you, I'm one of you, so to speak. They give you these three brilliant young people, you know what I mean, who are just so much smarter than I am. And, they do research better than I do. They do everything better. And when I was in the circuit court, I realized some people have clerks, but where I was, from a rural area, I didn't have a clerk, so I had to do all the research and do all that. And the thing I like about the appellate court better than the circuit, but there are parts of the circuit I liked. Trying a case, doing a jury trial is a great thing. But the thing that I really like about that is you have time to think about it. They do the research, you have time before you reach a decision, whereas in the circuit court, every 15 minutes you're making a ruling. I remember one time I called Senator Deeds on the phone about a bill that he did because it was an argument over an interpretation. But it just happens so quickly on the circuit. But on the Court of Appeals, you really have time to think things through before you make a decision.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Delegate Judge Athey? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's so nice seeing all y'all.
Nice to see
Take
you.
care.
The next candidate is another old friend, Randy Beals, Judge Randy Beals, also from the Court of Appeals. You're coming here, Judge, you're coming here with some pretty rough company. And they say you're judged by your company, so I'm just not sure.
We certainly hope not, but
Senator Ruff.
It is my honor and pleasure to reintroduce you to somebody that I have known since he was in college, when he excelled and became president of the student body at William & Mary. I knew him when he worked under Bill Bosher on education issues under Governor Allen. I knew him as a Deputy Attorney General, and then as Attorney General, and now as an appeals court judge. He has excelled in everything he has done, and I hope that y'all will listen carefully to what is presented today. I think Tommy Wright wanted to mention something.
Delegate Wright.
I'll just briefly say it's been my pleasure to know Judge Beals now for over 20 years, and I know that he has served admirably on the Virginia Court of Appeals for 16 years, or maybe a little bit better, and served as the 41st Commonwealth Attorney, Commonwealth Virginia Attorney General, and I'm very pleased to be here with him today. And with that, I'll present Judge Beals.
Thank you. And I think Senator Ruff would also say that we haven't had a Supreme Court justice from the South Side for many years. Justice Beals, Judge Beals, tell us why you want to go to the Supreme Court.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Ruff and Delegate Wright, for those very kind remarks. But it's been nearly 16 years since I've been an appellate judge, and I love being an appellate judge. One day I'll have something new and different on the civil side of my docket that I haven't quite seen before. Another day, maybe tomorrow, I'll have something new and different on the criminal side of my docket that I've never seen before. And so it's not only intellectually stimulating to do this work, but it's really gratifying as a matter of public service, because there's many a day I go home and I feel really good about what I've done that day, that I've actually helped people, that I've been able to, I know it sounds corny, but mete out justice under the rule of law. And when you go home, I've been in the private sector, and I enjoyed that. I know what it takes to meet a payroll too. But there's something about going home at the end of the day when you're in public service, which I know you all know too, that there's a value on that you just can't quantify when it comes to salary. And so I think 16 years as an appellate judge, I've had a lot of interesting cases and challenges, and I would just like to use that experience to do the same on the other appellate court, if it's the will of this committee and the
Well, thank you so much. Are there questions for Judge Beals? Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Beals, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
First of all, thank you for your service, not only the 16 years on the Court of Appeals, but your service in the Attorney General's office, your service in Washington, D.C. as well.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that in judicial candidates that I interviewed, I almost always read their writing samples. And I just wanted to compliment you on the writing sample that I was provided, the clarity that it was given. It's something that some people feel that they've got to write so that only 2% of the population can understand what they're saying, but your written decisions, I thought were clear, succinct, and it was something that I found most admirable, and I wanted to share that with you.
Well, thank you. That means a great deal to me because while I want legal scholars to like what I do and to respect it, and I think that's very important, I think it's really important for the bar, for the trial judges, and especially the parties, because whatever case I have, I try to remember that is the most important case to those parties. And if they have even, a reasonably good education, let's say a high school education, I want them to be able to read that opinion and understand why they prevailed or maybe why they did not, and have that understanding, not have to have it explained to them. So I appreciate so much you're saying that.
Are there other questions? Thank you, Judge Beals.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up is Judge Chris Clemens.
I'll just introduce him here.
Okay. Senator Edwards, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Judge Chris Clemens from the 23rd Judicial Circuit. Judge Clemens has started as a General District Court judge some time ago. His father was a judge before him. He's been an exceptional judge. And as I recall, Judge, the Virginia State Bar has some really kind things to say about you. One of the most honest judges they've ever seen, and some really wonderful things to say. And my experience with Judge Clemens has just been extraordinarily great, and one of the best judges I've ever seen and than I've ever been before. So why do you want to be on the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court?
Well, thank you for inviting me to be here, first of all. I'd like to continue to advance, just like when you were a young lawyer and you wanted to try jury trials, and you wanted to try murder trials, and you wanted to do a malpractice trial. Once I got on the General District bench, I thoroughly enjoyed it, but I wanted to keep advancing, and I loved the trial work. It got back to where I was as a trial lawyer, being on the circuit court bench. I want to continue to serve. It may sound corny, but I'd like to keep moving forward in the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals, based on your question, whatever. I'd like to advance, and I hope you all will consider me.
Yeah, thank you for your example of one of your briefs. Your opinions is well written. It's extensive, but it's well thought out, and I appreciate your giving this opportunity to see that.
Judge, you've been on the circuit court bench about 6 years.
Yes, sir.
How do you compare the circuit court bench to the General District Court bench where you were before?
I enjoy it a little bit more because it's more like the trials that we tried when we were trial lawyers. On the other hand, I don't get to hear anywhere near as exciting stories as you hear in General District Court. But it's a real pleasure. The divorce work isn't that great, but you muddle through that, and you have a great time on the jury trials. So.
What kind of case would you like to try the most?
Wow. I like the civil case that lasts 2 or 3 days, and we push forward, and the jury has a good time, and the lawyers have a decent time. At the end of the time, I want the jurors to have enjoyed their experience, and I want there to have been the lawyers to have been able to try their case. We shouldn't be limiting the lawyers' abilities to try their cases.
Right.
Let them put their cases on.
Are there other questions for Judge Clemens? Well, thank you very much.
I appreciate the time. I know you guys are in the
Thank
jam.
you, Judge. Thanks so much.
Now we've got Judge Frucci from, is that how you pronounce it?
Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach.
While he's walking up here, Mr. Chairs, I'll get started on his background. I've known Judge Frucci for over 20 years, well over 20 years. He's a UNC Chapel Hill Law School graduate, 1991, 18 years criminal and civil and private partners in private practice. In 2009, we put him into the General District Court, then 13 up to circuit. He's been practicing circuit ever since. With that, I'd like to turn it over to him for a minute.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
What are you interested in the appellate court or the Supreme Court for?
I've enjoyed wrestling with complex legal issues for my entire legal career. I was 18 years private practice, had an appellate practice. The last 9 years as a circuit court judge, I've written a lot of opinions. Virginia Beach is very busy. A lot of those opinions were first impression. The ones that appealed were affirmed. The idea of doing that in a collaborative setting is very appealing to me. Right now, I'm sort of a solo artist. I put out an opinion, it's just me. The thought of collaborating with other judges or justices and putting out an opinion of the court is very appealing. I think I'd be good at it.
Does anybody have any questions for Judge Frucci? Except for the deviations you took in 2004 to 2007 and then 2008 to 2009.
Yes, sir.
You've got a stellar career.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate Senator Deeds. Thank you very much
Thank
again
you so
for
much.
that. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Malveaux, Judge Malveau's next. Senator McClellan.
Hello. It is my pleasure to introduce Judge Mary Malveaux, who I've known since we were young lawyers together, more years ago than we both care to admit. She had a very diverse practice, doing both criminal defense and prosecution, civil litigation, served on the General District Court before going to the Court of Appeals, and is the mother to a tween and a teen. So I think she can handle just about anything.
Thank you, Senator McClellan. Judge Malveaux, would you just tell us why you're interested in the Supreme Court?
Well, I think my interest in the Supreme Court really stems from the fact that they get the thorniest of the legal issues. I've been very blessed in my legal career to have a myriad of different types of legal experiences. I have prosecuted cases as simple as traffic to murder. I have defended cases as simple as traffic and as complex as murder. I've done civil litigation, both on the plaintiff side and on the defense side, involving complex civil litigation. And I think that these things would serve me well to be on the Supreme Court. And I've enjoyed each of these things, including the district court. But the Supreme Court really gets tough issues that we get to really hone in on. And I've enjoyed my time on the appellate court, which I think would help give me experience to delve into those issues that the Supreme Court actually has the opportunity to review.
And going from the General District Court to the Court of Appeals wasn't too much of a leap, was it?
It certainly was a different way
A different
of
world?
experiencing that transition or that journey. Obviously, from trial practice to appellate law is different. I think it's like anything else that's new. You really just dig into it and start to learn.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Judge Malveaux? Senator Peterson, did you? I'm sorry, Senator Morrissey.
Mr. Chairman, did you just ask if I was Senator Peterson?
No, I just saw him up here moving around. I thought he was.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Judge, I've known you for 28 years. You went from the General District Court, as the chairman just said, right to an appellate court. Now you're seeking to go to another appellate court. Can you tell the panel which allowed you to be better prepared to go onto the Supreme Court? Being on the trial court level in General District Court, where you saw a myriad of cases every single day and saw the real life doings and experience of individuals, or going from one appellate position to another?
You know, I don't think I could draw a distinction and say that one is more valuable than the next. I think they've each been important. I mean, obviously with the district court, what it's allowed me to do is to see the application of the law to actual people. And I think it's something that you keep in mind when you then translate to the appellate court, that there are actual people behind the issues that you're vetting and reviewing and doing the analysis of. So I'd hate to choose. It's almost like being a parent where you don't want to choose one over the other. But quite frankly, I think that they've both been invaluable in giving me the experience, I think, that would hopefully make me a good candidate for the Supreme Court.
Thank you for your service in both the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, the General District Court, and the Court of Appeals.
Are there other questions for Judge Malveaux? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Judge Thomas Mann. I think Senator Peterson's going to speak.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I want to introduce Circuit Court Judge Thomas Mann of Fairfax County. Tom Mann, I don't have the biography in front of me, but was a criminal defense attorney with Peter Greenspun, and then from there went on the juvenile and domestic relations bench, was a fabulous attorney, a fabulous judge. And we brought him up, was it 2014?
2016.
2016, elected him to the Circuit Court bench. He's been reelected. He's had a number of significant opinions. He has been interviewed across the board and found to be highly recommended by every relevant bar organization. I think I'm proud of the bench we have in Fairfax County, but I'm particularly proud of this judge. He is very thoughtful. He takes time with his opinions. He follows the law. I don't always win when I'm in front of him, but the bottom line is he's someone that is both erudite and also he searches for the right answer, takes his time, and so I'm very pleased to introduce him as a candidate for the Virginia Supreme Court.
Judge Mann, it's good to see you, and I just like you to explain why you're interested in the Supreme Court.
Good afternoon, everyone. I actually love my job as a trial judge. It's a wonderful job. I enjoyed being a trial judge in the juvenile court, enjoy very much being a trial court in the circuit court, but there are a number of reasons, and I'll just tick them off because I know that you've got a long line outside. I want to write the kind of opinions that lawyers and parties and even unrepresented parties will really be able to understand and use. I want to help make the judicial training better, and the Supreme Court is in charge of judicial training, and I see a lot of areas that could be focused on. I'm very, very interested in the mental health and wellness of judges and lawyers. I think more emphasis needs to be put on that and more training needs to occur, and I'd really be honored to be part of that effort. And then finally, and for all of you trial lawyers here, you know that you kind of live in this 5 seconds. Everything happens in 5 seconds, objections, arguments, really important parts of trials. I'd like to slow down a little bit. I'd like to give myself a little bit of time to get the right decision all the time, and I'd like to be most of the time, and I'd like to be part of a team, the other justices of the Supreme Court that I can collaborate with to try to come up with the good opinions that make sense to all the parties. So that's just a thumbnail sketch, Senator.
About 6 years ago, you transitioned to the Circuit Court bench. What was the transition like, and what sort of things have you learned in the Circuit Court that you maybe didn't have the experience with while you were in juvenile court?
There was no experience in juvenile court that did not help me in circuit court. I would not have wanted to go on the circuit court without having been a juvenile court judge first. Juvenile court, Senator, is harder than circuit court for me. And that's really how I'm going to answer your question. It was the best training that a circuit court judge could have. And I don't want to turn this into a juvenile court interview, but I love my time there and miss it.
Thank you so much. Are there other questions of Judge Mann? Senator Morrissey?
Judge, one question. We spoke late one evening. You were still in your office. And as soon as I hung up, I said, why didn't I ask him about the Color of Justice program? And so I'm going to do it now. Can you tell us what that program is?
Yes, and I can't really take any ownership of the program. I'm just a volunteer in the program, but we bring in people from mostly African American and Latino students from all over Fairfax. We have mock trials. They have an opportunity to speak with judges. It's a wonderful day. If anybody is in Fairfax when we have Color of Justice, we do it every year. You should really come and watch. It's an extraordinary opportunity. It's really, really humbling as well. And frankly, some of these high school students make better lawyers than some of the lawyers we all see every day. No, not like Chap.
Thank you, Judge.
Are there additional questions? Thank you, Judge Mann.
Thank you, everybody.
Very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you. Next is going to be Judge Moreau. Do you want to introduce her? Okay. Okay. Senator Stanley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committees. Judge Moreau is one type of special judge that we've had not only in our circuit, but also has been a real and true leader amongst the members of the bar. When she is on the bench, she handles each case with care and compassion, certainly compassion to the litigants, certainly care with the lawyers, and ultimately, you know that when you walk out of that courtroom that you were able to try your case, win or lose, and that you even understood that the decision may have not gone your way all the time, although I hardly ever lose, unlike Chap, no matter where I am. But you understood why and how she reached her conclusion. You have seen her before. She has interviewed before. She's exceptionally capable, and I think would make an excellent representative on our appellate court. So I introduce, for your consideration, Judge Stacey Williams Moreau.
Judge Moreau, I think that Delegate Adams is going to want to say something, but I want to know why somebody who holds the position Sam Harston held, why they think an advancement to the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals would be a raise, an improvement.
Well, Judge Harston, he's our judge. I think I'm the third judge after Judge Harston. He was in Pittsylvania County Circuit Court a number of years. I know I see Senator Peake appeared before him. He passed away a couple years ago at 95 years of age, still came into court every day, walked the 3 flights of steps, amazing. And he's the mentor judge who just brilliant. And to be able to have in his chambers is an honor. Yes, sir.
Why are you interested in the appellate courts?
It's a natural progression. I was a trial judge for about 12 years. I was on the district court judge. I was a district court judge in J&D for 9 years. I've been on the circuit bench for 10 years. And it's just that next progression. It'd be kind of nice. Right now, I kind of look at myself as calling balls and strikes. It'll be nice to be able to be that Monday morning quarterback to go, all right, let me step back, let me look at it, have time to research it instead of just calling it right then and there. And it would be nice to be able, I enjoy writing. I have to do a lot of research. I don't have a law clerk, but I don't have as much time to write, so I have to do opinions right from the bench. It would be nice to be able to now take the next step into appellate, doing the reviewing and of cases instead of just presiding over.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Deeds. And yes, I'd like to say just a couple of words on this candidate's behalf. Judge Moreau, I first witnessed her practicing as an attorney back when my first job as a law clerk in Danville Circuit Court, and then I probably appeared before her more than any other judge. She's as a juvenile court judge and as a circuit court judge, both on the prosecution, defense, and civil matters. And just as Senator Stanley mentioned, well-reasoned articulations of the rulings. And I'd really direct The members to take a look at the answer to question number 11, I think would be hard-pressed to see another candidate who has the range of experience on all the different commissions and scholarship opportunities for judges across the Commonwealth. So for someone who really has a grasp of a lot of different facets that would be before an appellate judge, I think this Judge Moreau would do excellent at that. I've also had the chance to sit with her on the Sentencing Commission, where she's very involved. And then lastly, I would just mention temperament is something that we all want with judges, and she lets lawyers try the cases, she hears their cases, shows patience in those settings, and I'm happy to vouch for that as well. So thank you, Judge, for your candidacy, and best of luck.
Thank you, Darrell.
Are there other questions for Judge Moreau? Well, thank you very much, Judge. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Next is Charles Cuagliado.
Here he comes. Let me introduce Charles Cuagliado.
Senator Edwards.
As you know, he, for those of us on the Judiciary Committee, he staffs the Judiciary Committee and is absolutely brilliant and does a wonderful job. And his experience also is extraordinary. Office of the Attorney General, Department of Justice. He was in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District, I believe. And he's got a variety of experience, and he's done a wonderful job staffing the Judiciary Committee. And so I want to introduce you, Charles Cuagliado.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Committee, first I'd like to express my thanks for consideration and to let you know that I'm deeply humbled to be here in front of you today. The question is, why is my interest, I suppose, in leaving the division to be considered for an appellate court judge? And I can tell you that I'm a deeply committed public servant, and I view this opportunity to expand my public service into an opportunity which I'm uniquely qualified for. And I'm uniquely qualified in the sense of, I draft legislation for the General Assembly. I review legislation for the Senate Judiciary Committee, the House Courts Committee, the House Public Safety Committee, the Senate Commerce and Labor Committee, and the House Commerce and Energy Committee. And in reviewing the legislation, I look at the constitutionality of it, and I inform both the patron and the General Assembly of what the legislation is and how it comports to the constitutionality of it. I'd say, moreover, I have a unique experience when drafting legislation, knowing what the legislation's intent is and how the legislation was constructed and how to interpret such construction. As Senator Edwards mentioned, I have also a variety of background before I came to work at the division. For 10 years, I worked at the Office of the Attorney General under 4 different Attorney Generals. There, I was a prosecutor and represented public safety agencies throughout the Commonwealth, which was the State Police, the Forensic Science Lab, DCJS. I tried civil cases and criminal cases. I argued before the Virginia Supreme Court and the Fourth Circuit. Prior to that, I was in private practice in Memphis, Tennessee, where I did plaintiff-side products liability cases, and I also did some general commercial litigation. And as Senator Edwards mentioned, I also worked at the U.S. Department of Justice in the asset forfeiture money laundering section. So I think when looking at my career in total, and especially with my time here at the division, I possess, I think, the necessary competence and temperament it is to be an appellate court judge. And I say an appellate court judge because I realize I'm here for certification to the Virginia Supreme Court. But my hope is that the General Assembly would look favorably upon my candidacy if a vacancy of the Court of Appeals would be created throughout the process. And that's what kind of brings me here today to you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Cuagliado?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Stanley.
If there are going to be questions for Charles, can he come and sit at the table kind of with his back to us and turn around and answer? I'd feel more comfortable.
Yeah, I think I would feel more comfortable too back there. Maybe if I turn around, you'd recognize me better.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stanley.
My single question would be is, if you're put on one of the appellate courts, can you still fix Joe Morrissey's bills? Will you come back?
Yes. Yes, yeah. I think the canons would let me attempt to fix them. Sometimes they are unfixable, though.
Senator Morrissey.
Mr. Chairman, up until that point, he had my support. Mr. Chairman.
Senator Morrissey.
I would say this, with regard to making himself available. There are many evenings, Saturdays, Sundays, after 8 or 9 o'clock, that I'm calling up Charles about a bill, and in all instances, he would take the time to go through it. He was always available, and I thought that his level of preparedness was nothing short of stellar. So,
Always
even though he had to fix my bills.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say that there are many people I see in front of me who call me late at night. I'm always happy to answer their calls.
Delegate Campbell, and then Senator Servant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cuagliado, I appreciate your candor here today, and you're saying that, you know, the reasons you want to be elevated to the appellate court, or appointed to the appellate court. It's okay to say that you're just flat tired of dealing with these campaigns. You know, those of us down the hallway in the more learned body, quite frankly, we feel the same
Delegate
way.
Campbell, you're out of order. You're out of order.
Thank you, Mr.
I truly have enjoyed my time at the division. It has been the opportunity of a lifetime, I'd say. Working with you, it is a great honor. I definitely don't want to shortchange that by any stretch.
Are there additional questions for Mr. Cuagliado? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Charles. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Judge Stuart Raphael is next.
Yeah. Rip, you introduce him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce you to Stuart Raphael, Judge Stuart Raphael. You can't, unless you know your lines really, really well, you can't deduce this from his bio, but he is a constituent of mine, more importantly, a dear friend. And I think it is fair to describe him as I did when we went through this process a little while ago, as surely one of Virginia's premier appellate lawyers. His resume speaks for itself. He's argued in the Supreme Court of the United States, many times, of course, in the Supreme Court of Virginia and the Fourth Circuit. And now we get to call him judge as he sits on the Court of Appeals. He would make an outstanding member of the Supreme Court of Virginia, and I give you Stuart Raphael.
Judge,
Good afternoon.
let me ask you a couple of questions. You were Solicitor General for how long?
3 years and 8 months.
And before that, you're an appellate attorney with
Yes.
Hunt and Williams?
I started at Hunton in 1989 out of law school, was there 28 years and almost 4 years at the Solicitor
But
General's
most of your
office.
work has been appellate work, is that right?
Since the late 1990s, that's right. I try cases occasionally. I tried cases occasionally, but I gravitated to the appellate work in the late 90s and really enjoyed that the most. You know, it's a different skill set from trial work.
How many cases in the United States Supreme Court do you think you've handled?
I've argued twice, both on behalf of Virginia. Once when I was at Hunton in Virginia versus Maryland, which was a fight over whether Virginia could have unrestricted access to the Potomac River. And again in 2016 as Solicitor General in the redistricting case, Whitman versus Person-Hubbell.
How do you like being on the Court of Appeals?
You know, being SG was the best job I'd ever had. Being on the Court of Appeals is the best job I've had since then. I love it. I wake up, I can't wait to get to work.
Yeah.
I had some free time in January. I wrote a law review article on the standard for preliminary injunctions in Virginia State Court. I've always wanted to be on the Supreme Court. I didn't put my name in at first because the timing didn't seem very propitious, but with Chief Justice Lemons stepping down early, you know, I'm 57. I thought this may be my last shot at it. So if the General Assembly sees its way clear to putting me there, I'd be delighted to be there. But I love my job. I love being an appellate judge.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Peterson.
Is black welder still the standard for preliminary injunctions, or has that been completely overruled by Rule Truth about Obama?
In federal court, it's been overruled by Real Truth.
Right.
The problem we have in Virginia is that people don't think that there is applicable Supreme Court of Virginia precedent. So my law review article argues that we actually have a lot of Supreme Court of Virginia precedent, including a case from 1875, which actually sets forth the four-factor test in a way that's kind of similar to black welder.
You realize I had a bill on that a few years ago, and it passed the Senate and got killed in the House.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just saying. All right.
Are there additional questions for Judge Raphael, who's primary qualification is that he's married to a former school board member.
Yes, actually, Delegate Hope, when he introduced me the last time, said she could probably be on the Court of Appeals, and he was absolutely right.
Are there additional questions? Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Judge Russell, Wesley Russell. Judge Russell, welcome, and just tell us why you want to go to the Supreme Court.
Well, why I want to go is not necessarily the reason you probably don't consider me. I've been my entire legal career from first clerking in a circuit court has been spent in the trial and appellate courts of the Commonwealth. I enjoyed my time in the AG's office, which led me to the public service serving on the court, and I've really enjoyed that experience. But that's why I want the job. I think the reason that you ought to consider me for the job is I bring certain things to the job that I don't know that everybody else does. I have a diverse practice experience, including SEC appeals, lawyer disciplinary appeals in the Supreme Court that I actually handled as a lawyer in that court. I don't think there is a type of case that will be presented to that court that I haven't touched either as a judge on the Court of Appeals in the AG's office or in the 15 years I was in private practice.
Okay. Are there additional questions for Judge Russell? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll do the next one downstairs.
Okay, next is Judge Rupert Shaw. Senator
Rupert
Deeds.
Shaw is, Mr. Chair, Rupert Shaw is a General District Court Judge in the 25th Circuit. He sits over in Stanton. He sits also in Highland, Bath, and Allegheny. Now, there are a couple of unique things about Rupert Shaw, besides the fact that he was an assistant Commonwealth attorney before he went on the bench. He's got, I think, the only mental health docket in the 25th Circuit. He works very, very hard to make that as vigorous as possible. And he's always pushing me to change the law to make sure we can get more people to go eligible for the mental health docket. He's also, I think, the first person who was born in India to be on the bench in Virginia. So he brings a lot of unique experiences and a lot of good qualifications to the bench. He's a guy that takes his work very seriously. And my experience is that litigants and litigators feel respected and feel like they've had their day in court when he's trying the case. Rupert Shaw.
Thank you, Senator Deeds.
All right, welcome, Judge Shaw. And if you could tell us a little bit about your interest in serving on the appellate courts.
It's interesting that you asked that question. My wife asked me that yesterday. And there was an implicit statement in that, are you crazy? You know, in her question, there was no need for an answer. Here I do ask you all to consider my credentials. I've served as a prosecutor for 20 years, and I also have served as a judge. This is my 6th year. I bring variety of experiences to the bench, and I'll be fair. I'll rule up based on the law and equity and consider all aspects which needs to be considered in making a decision. So.
Judge, I have a question about how did you get involved with mental health course? Because I've been pushing this for a long, long time.
Who is?
Right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. We have been actively participating. Mine was the 2nd docket for mental health in Virginia. Justice Lemons was in our neighborhood, and I was fortunate enough to talk to him and get that started. Judge Talevi from Roanoke area also helped us to get that going. This is our 6th year. We have made significant difference in the people's lives. There are 38 graduates who actually learned the skills of making a different living than what they were living into.
Judge in Norfolk, Circuit Court judge there, now retired, in the early 2000s, started a mental health court, and it was very, very successful. So how many people do you come to your mental health court dockets?
So far, we had 156 participants, 33 have graduated. On an average, we have less than 25 members who go through it because it's challenging for them to be given time on regular docket.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're doing there. Extremely important.
And it goes through the process of evaluating and making sure that they are in need of services.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much for what you're doing. It's a good model.
Thank you.
Do any other members have a question for the judge?
Yeah.
Senator Morrissey.
We talked a long time about the specialty docket, the mental health and behavior docket, but could you just share a comment or two with the panel on something else that I was very impressed with, and that's the Valley Children's Advocacy Center that you founded and that you led for quite some time?
Well, years before, when there was a need for a Valley's Children's Center, I started that, founded that. The intent was to minimize the trauma on children. We have had 1,600 kids which did go through the Valley's Children's Center through the jurisdiction of Augusta, Stanton, Waynesboro, some from Rockingham, and some from Rockbridge. We serviced those kids because they were traumatized. They were either physically abused or sexually abused. And we provided services to them. What was happening that they will be interviewed 6-7 times prior to even getting to the first warrant. Investigator, magistrate, their family members, DSS, things of that nature. So what we ended up doing is bring the whole team with one interview, and that would be it. The kids will then go for rehabilitation or counseling, and then they will start their normal life. In doing so, we were able and fortunate enough to get the conviction rate of the abusers changed. We were losing 90% of the cases in the prior to Valley's Children's Center. After Valley's Children's Center, we were having 90% of them pleading based on the video they will see and the kids' testimony. So that was the big difference, and that model is pursued throughout the state.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Same here. Thank you all.
Next, Judge Josiah Showalter.
Come on, big boy.
Very impressive guy.
Judge, how are you? Good to see you, my friend. Let me introduce you here of myself. Mr. Chairmans, members of the committees, this is a real pleasure and honor to have done this once before, but I will do it again. Joey Showalter is a legal powerhouse. We are very blessed in the Roanoke Valley, Southwest Virginia area, Southside Virginia area to have some very, very capable judges. And this is probably one of the finest judges that has ever served on the circuit court bench. Respected by all, loved by most. But quite frankly, he has been one of the most distinguished judges that has put out opinions, rendered rulings, tempered justice with mercy. He has it all the tools in the toolbox, and he is the real deal. And I think if you've read any of his letter opinions, you will find that not only are they well reasoned, they're impeccable. So I commend for your consideration one of the finest judges that we have, Joey T. Showalter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's my honor and distinction to not follow Senator Stanley, but to stand before you and commend Joey Showalter for consideration for an appellate court bench. I've had the pleasure and the opportunity to appear in front of Judge Showalter many, many times since he was appointed to the circuit court bench in 2006. Tried numerous cases in front of him, and I'm always moved by his thoughtful consideration of the matters that come before him and his unwavering commitment to the rule of law. You know, I'm not always in agreement with that, and I think, you know, we just appointed him, I think, to his third term on circuit bench this session, in fact, and I stood before this committee back in December and told you that, in fact, on one occasion, he actually set aside a $1 million default judgment against a doctor that I had. But, you know, he was correct. It's to my chagrin, he was correct in that ruling as I stand here today, although, you know, obviously I'm here trying to get rid of him now. So, but let me say,
I don't mind it.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great judge. He would be a real asset to the Commonwealth in that position, and it's my pleasure to recommend him.
All right, thank you, Judge. If you could speak to your interest in this position.
Thank you, Delegate Adams. I've been practicing law for about 35 years. The first 13 years of my practice was in private practice. I've done everything from being a special justice or court-appointed to commitment hearings, as well as court-appointed criminal work, where I represented in a capital murder defense. Additionally, I've done real estate, domestic law, and tort litigation, both on the insurance defense side as well as on the plaintiff side. I was honored in 1999 to be elected Commonwealth's Attorney of Montgomery County, and I served in that capacity until the year 2006, in which I was appointed to the Circuit Court in the 27th Judicial Circuit. You know, on my drive up here from Montgomery County, I was thinking, you know, the law impacts everything that we do. I mean, from CEOs of major corporations to infants. And the laws that you pass impact everyone. And I've had a privilege, the best profession in the world, being an attorney and practicing law and as a judge. And as on the appellate side, it would give me an opportunity to make certain the rules are being applied or the laws are being applied fairly to everyone.
All right, thank you. Questions from members of the committee?
Let me say, I've known Judge Showalter for a long time. He's been an excellent judge. Make a fine appellate judge as well.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Next, Judge Kimberly White. Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committees. I commend for your consideration Judge Kimberly S. White. Again, and you heard me say this earlier, we are fortunate enough in Southside, Southwest Virginia, and the Roanoke Valley to have some of the most highly qualified jurists who sit in judgment in cases. Whether it's a civil case or a criminal case, Judge White has been one of the fairest jurists that we have ever had, I've ever had the experience of being before, but it's not just me who would tell you this. I think it's members of the bar from many counties, of those people that come into her courtroom. They know that, again, they're going to be able to try their case, they're going to be treated fairly, and their clients, those that come before the bar of justice, will be treated just as fairly. She has been an amazing lawyer with a career that starts from the public defender's office to the prosecutor's office to the U.S. Attorney's office until she became judge in 2012 for the 10th Circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot speak or give any higher praise than I will for Judge White, and I commend her now for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Judge White.
Good
Very good.
afternoon.
Very good to see you. And
Good to see you.
if you could tell us a little bit about your interest in serving in the appellate courts.
Sure. So my career as a lawyer has been exceedingly diverse. As Senator Stanley indicated, very early in my career, I was an assistant public defender serving 3 counties in Southside Virginia. At the same time, I was also a young associate in a very rural law firm. And for those of you who have practiced rural law, you know you take whatever cases come through the door. And so I started that way. I quickly learned that I had an interest in criminal law and then became a prosecutor. Later, my career took me to, it was then Woods Rogers in Hazel Grove, where I continued my love of litigation, but I also got to advise some corporate clients. It was at the time of HIPAA. I got to write many HIPAA plans, did a lot of training. And so I believe that I bring a very diverse background to you. The other thing that I would like to bring to one of the appellate courts is a voice from rural Virginia. Down in Southside Virginia, I was born to 2 Southside residents. My father's with the power company, and so we moved around Virginia a lot. But I went back to Southside to begin my legal career. I've raised my family there. I go to church there. I've been a judge in the 8 counties of the 10th Circuit and practiced in that area. I would like to bring that to the appellate courts. And I think as Senator Morsi and I spoke about, I love to write. I'm an English major, and those of us in rural jurisdictions don't have the luxuries. Most of us don't have the luxury of having a law clerk. So I do my preparation on cases on the front end as opposed to on the front end, so that I very often rule from the bench as opposed to having the time to write the opinions. So I would absolutely just so much enjoy being able to write opinions for the courts that litigants can follow, that lawyers know what is expected of them in applying their facts to the laws that you all draft. I would welcome that opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions from members on the committee?
What kind of practice do you enjoy as as a judge? What kind of law do you enjoy handling?
Well, certainly I have a very, very heavy criminal practice, and that's just the nature of the courts where I sit. But I will tell you, I absolutely love presiding over a case with a unique legal issue with well-prepared lawyers so that I learn something from them. And then I often try my best to take the time and the opportunity to further my knowledge on the issues that are being presented to me. I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
And maybe because it doesn't come every day is why I really do enjoy that.
I've heard good things about you.
Thank you, Senator,
Yeah.
very much.
Senator Morsi.
You know, I did ask you if you like writing, but I also obtained one of your opinions and read it, Patel versus Patel. Don't know if you know that, but I did, and it was dealing with the one with who to award the fertilized eggs to. And I just want to tell you that that's the most important work that an appellate judge does, the writing that they share that becomes the stare decisis for the rest of the Commonwealth. And I just wanted to compliment you on the very, logical and cogent way that you approached it. Besides you, I was rooting for Mrs. Patel to get them, and you awarded them to it. But it's very important to write, and as my seatmates will see, I went through your entire opinion and took notes, and it was very well written. Thank you.
I greatly appreciate that very much.
Judge White, I would say, you didn't see Senator Stanley nodding, though. I was nodding with him as you were referring to your enjoyment of living in Southside, Virginia, and the need to represent Southside on the court. And I think, with your candidacy and with others, we certainly have that opportunity. So I would just mention that for my colleagues on the committee. Thank you,
And I
Senator.
will say I enjoy visiting Senator Deed's area, too. It's one of my favorite places.
Yeah. Anyway. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Perpetual
Thank you
traffic
so much.
jams.
That's right.
Judge Manuel Capsalis.
Yeah, is that all we have from the appellate?
Ladies and gentlemen of the Courts Committee, I'm pleased to introduce you to
Senator Surville.
Thank you. To Judge Manuel Capsalis. Manny is currently a General District Court judge in Fairfax County. He had the misfortune to attend Duke University and get his law degree at George Mason. But you also might remember he was the president of the Virginia State Bar, and he's been a General District Court judge in Fairfax for 6 years now. And he's here to be interviewed and certified for the Circuit Court in the event we have a vacancy on the Fairfax Circuit Court, which we don't right now, but hopefully we will. And I think Senator Peterson might want to say something too.
No, I'm just going to say that Manny was president of Virginia State Bar. I think he's the only General District Court judge to ever hold that honor, and has been highly recommended in all relevant surveys. So glad to have him.
Judge Capsalis.
Thank you. And just for the record, Ed Burnett was also a past president of the bar who was a district court judge, so that the record.
That's
and
true,
was
too.
a circuit court judge as well. I would not want to malign Ed.
In Lynchburg, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
Fine man.
I know him well.
Tell us why you're interested in moving to the Circuit Court bench.
Well, thank you. The quick reason is because, first of all, it's been an honor to be a General District Court judge, as was mentioned. I'm now actually in my 7th year as a General District Court judge. I was 12 years as a sub-judge before that. It's an honor, it's a challenge, and it's an opportunity. And as much of a challenge as it is, I think Circuit Court is where ultimately the most profound and difficult cases come before the court. That is where the challenge lies for that court, and that is the opportunity where I think a judge, can make the most impact and hopefully have a beneficial impact. I believe I'm up to the task, and given that challenge, hopefully I can make a positive difference.
Despite that Duke background, huh? You're up to the task. I don't know. Are there other questions for Judge Capsalis?
I'm guessing Senator Stanley.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I got a question.
Senator Stanley.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the gentleman, you've had a very storied legal career in private practice before you became a judge. There was one stumble, let's say, in your career, and I'm just going to drive right to it. You were my boss, and you had to be my mentor. How awful was that? Or how bad did I make it for you?
Is there a time limit for response?
Mr. Chairman, I would say I've known Manny for a long time, know his wife and family, and he has been, ever since I met him, of course, he's been an excellent attorney, and I hear nothing but good things of him as a judge and would love to see him ascend to the Circuit Court.
Well, thank you, Senator Stanley. It's always nice to hear something complimentary come from you.
And at Cohen Gettings, he had the second best hair of all the lawyers.
Are there additional questions? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we're going to go back on the list. We skipped a few to get the appellate judges out of the way, appellate candidates. We're going back to Michael Chick, who's a candidate for the General District Court judgeship in Fairfax, 19th Circuit. Juvenile Court?
Arlington Falls
Church. Arlington Falls Church. I apologize. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Joint Committee, pleased to present to you Mike Chick, who's the unanimous choice of the Arlington Falls Church delegation for Juvenile Court, 17th Circuit. We believe that he has the right temperament, the right background. He spent some time as a defense attorney, he's a prosecutor, spent a lot of time practicing arguing cases before the juvenile court. I think he'd be an excellent choice for that court. And on behalf of the Arlington Falls Church delegation, we're proud to present Mike Chick.
Mr. Chick, do these other delegates want to speak, or just?
Just to note that we had a rigorous process, and Mike had to go through a lot of hoops and interview and did an outstanding job, and again, was the unanimous choice of the delegation. I think he'll do a great job for the City of Falls Church part of the circuit.
I'm looking at the clock, time you better spend talking to Mike Chick.
Okay. Mr. Chick, tell us why you're interested in the juvenile court bench.
Sure. So I grew up quite differently from most of the lawyers and judges that I know. I grew up very poor. I grew up on welfare. We were homeless at times. I am the only one of my mom's kids to graduate from high school. I'm the only one of her kids that did not find themselves in jail or in prison along the way. And because it has been a long day, to make a long story short, those early life experiences that I had had a profound impact on me and on how I view my role in the world. And for a long, long time, that has been a role of trying to make a positive, meaningful impact on the lives of the people that I interact with and a positive, meaningful impact on my community. And those are the things that have guided me in the work that I've done as a lawyer, as a public defender. Those are the things that have guided me in the work that I have done as a prosecutor. And if I'm lucky enough to serve as a judge in a court that deals with kids and with families, those will absolutely be the things that guide me in that role. So.
You spent 2 years as a capital defender. That was quite an experience, I guess.
It was quite an experience, and one of the things that that I took away from that work is that I try to bring into the other work that I do. Is that every case I think is a capital case to the people who are involved in that case, to the victims involved in that case, to the defendants involved in that case, and the witnesses involved in that case. So it is it's tough work. It's given me this gray hair, but I'm grateful for it. So.
Are there additional questions for Mr. Chick? Thank you so much, and best wishes to you.
Thank you all so much.
Next is Todd Zinicola, who's also a Fairfax and Fairfax County General District Court judge. Did I pronounce that correctly? Senator Survell.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to present to the committee Todd Zinicola for the Fairfax County, or the 19th Judicial Circuit General District Court. I'm happy to say that Mr. Zinicola is one of two people I'm going to get to introduce today who bleed purple. He also had the misfortune to go to Senator Stanley's law school, which I'm not sure there's a lot of UDC graduates on the bench, but he'll be one of the next ones, we hope. He's currently a sub-judge, and he was #1 in our bar process, rated across the board, I think highly recommended by all the 5 or 6 bars that looked at him in our delegation. Is very excited about him joining our bench.
Mr. Zinicola, tell us why you're interested in the bench.
Well, my whole career has really been about service. I was a public defender for a few years before going into private practice, and even going into private practice, I stayed on the court-appointed list. I volunteered in a number of ways, and I really think being a general district court judge is really an extension of that. I began subbing about a year ago, and I really fell in love with it.
Okay, are there additional questions for Mr. Zinicola? Well, thank you very much, and best wishes to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Next is Robert Paul Kaufman, Prince William County General District Court. Coleman, I'm sorry. And he's going on the circuit court bench. Is that right?
That's
He's
right.
General District Court judge now.
You got it.
Judge Coleman, Survell's up here standing in your way.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, happy to present to the committee Judge Coleman. He's currently been a judge in the Prince William County General District Court for, I want to say, 8 years? 6.5 years. He's a military brat, grew up in Prince William County. I believe he went to high school with Senator McPike's wife, I think. But he's a William & Mary graduate, Dayton Law School. He's been an excellent General District Court judge. I think in the judicial performance ratings, he rated, I think, at the highest 25% of all the judges that I've seen in the last 4 years. And we're really excited to see him move up, and he's the choice of the Prince William County delegation for the Circuit Court.
Congratulations, Judge Coleman. I see you were born in Turkey. Were your parents stationed there?
My dad was in the U.S. Army, yes, sir.
Well, tell us why you're interested in the Circuit Court bench, please.
Thank you very much. It's a distinct honor, Chairman and members of the committee, to be here today. I've had the distinct pleasure of serving Prince William County as a general district judge for the past 6.5 years, and I'm excited as a man of proven character and integrity to continue serving my community. I seek to challenge myself intellectually. I believe that I have the appropriate skill set, the requisite legal and judicial experience, and the proper temperament to effectively serve Prince William County as a circuit court judge. I had the overwhelming support of the very diverse Prince William County legal community, and as Senator Surville indicated, my prior judicial evaluations and high ratings establish that I'm well respected, that I'm thoughtful, prepared, efficient, fair, patient, and accountable. I believe that I have the proper demeanor and temperament to provide equal access of justice to all litigants in Prince William County. I know that I'm accountable to you as delegates, and I thank you for your support.
Well, thank you. Are there other questions for Judge Coleman? Thank you so much and best wishes.
Thank you.
Next, Abigail Miller. I think she's going up to the district court.
She's starting there.
She's starting there, yeah.
She's currently in private practice.
She's going to fill this slot, Judge Coleman's slot?
Yep.
Abigail Miller.
So, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Prince William...
Senator Surville.
Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Prince William delegation, I'm honored to present to you Abigail Miller. Abigail is also, I think, Prince William County local, right? Come on up. Yeah, she's a double George Mason graduate, like Delegate Herring. She's currently a sub-judge in our district court right now, and went through the bar process, did very well, impressed our delegation, and we are happy to present her to be elected to replace Judge Coleman, should that happen.
Well, welcome, Ms. Miller. Why are you interested in being a general district court judge?
Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much for the privilege of speaking here today. The reason that I'm interested in being a general district court judge is because I'm a fierce advocate in the courtroom on the other side of the table. And in self-reflecting what that would mean on the side of the table where I would be seeing individuals in society, I came to think about the fact that I would ensure that each case was heard, each person was heard, each of the facts treated as they should be, and ensure that I could be the fierce advocate to hopefully make a difference and make our justice system reach other people and have a perception that justice is actually for each and every person, as opposed to the perception that I believe currently exists.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Miller? How'd you get from Nebraska to Prince William County?
My father was in the Air Force.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Catherine McCollum. And we've got too many judges in Prince William County, I think, Surville.
Sorry, it's the fastest growing county, one of the fastest growing counties in the state, second largest jurisdiction in Virginia. So.
Ms. McCollum's going to the Juvenile and Domestic Relations District Court.
Yes, sir. So it's my honor to present to you all Katie McCollum. Katie, like me and the gentleman you just heard a moment ago, bleeds purple. She also grew up in Northern Virginia. She went to JMU, went to law school at George Mason, and she's focused her practice on in the Juvenile Domestic Relations Court since she's been practicing. Been an incredible lawyer there, and she's also a former varsity college soccer player. So that always gets mileage in my book. But we're really excited to have her in the juvenile court. Hope you have some good questions for her.
You competed in soccer at JMU?
I did. I played Division I soccer at JMU many moons ago.
Good for you. You haven't played in the Olympics yet.
Not yet. I am still playing co-ed, though, on Sundays.
Well,
so
tell us why you're interested in being a juvenile court judge.
Why I want to be a juvenile court judge? I've dedicated my career to the juvenile court. Almost every single subject matter that falls under the juvenile court's jurisdiction I've handled, not just a little bit, a lot of. I've worked with the stakeholders, and there's a lot of stakeholders. It's very complex in juvenile court, so it intrigues me. And I know that I can further the purpose and intent of the juvenile court, and I really hope you consider me for this position.
Okay. Are there questions for Ms. McCollum?
I hope you didn't go to JMU when Senator Sherville was there.
No, I was not there at that time.
And he said you went to George Mason Law School.
I actually went to Catholic University.
Yeah, I think he got that wrong.
Yes, Catholic. I wasn't sure if I should correct Senator Surville right off the bat.
We're going to hold that against Surville, not against you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Best wishes, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Next, A.J. Dudley. That's yours?
Yeah, A.J. Dudley. Yeah. A.J. Dudley.
Next, A.J. Dudley for a General District Court position.
Juvenile. No, General District Court.
General District Court.
Yeah.
Okay, Judge, are you Senator Stanley or Delegate Adams?
Very quickly, Alan Dudley Jr., his father served here in the House of Delegates. He has had a well-rounded practice, except for getting his butt kicked around in the General District Court by me all the time. He has done totally a wonderful job, both as in private practice, civil, criminal, domestic, and also in criminal defense, but also then having been our Commonwealth's attorney in Franklin County and done a very capable job for the last 6 years. So I commend to you my friend, my only friend in Franklin County, A.J. Dudley.
Delegate Adams,
I just want to second this nomination for judge. You know, we have a great candidate before you, and I advised Mr. Dudley to just you know, hold his tongue. But there is an objection to Senator Stanley's self-serving comment about his competition there. But no, we are fortunate to have our Commonwealth attorney from Franklin County preside over these cases, and I know that Delegate Williams agrees.
Delegate Williams.
That's right. I fully support A.J. Dudley for this position.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Dudley, come on up and tell us why you're interested in this position, General District Court Judge.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make it clear it was one case that Senator Stanley was referring to.
one case he won out of about 100.
I will not give the balance of his record, please.
Okay.
I'm not a math guy.
Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to have this professional opportunity because it would, sort of as Senator Stanley referenced, blend some of my prior background in this legal field. My first job, which was unpaid, was between my first and second year of law school. I volunteered 2 days a week in the D.C. Superior Court for a judge, got some exposure to what judges do from chambers. My first job that I was paid to do out of law school was clerking for a federal judge in the Western District of Virginia. So I thought a lot of what both of those judges showed me what the system can do to help people. And as Senator Stanley made reference to, in private practice, I did a broad array of work. That's kind of what you do in Franklin County: civil work, domestic, and of course crime, criminal defense work. And then as Commonwealth attorney, it's exclusively on the prosecution side. So this opportunity doesn't come up much in the 22nd Judicial Circuit, and I would appreciate the chance to bring all that together in this capacity.
How long have you been Commonwealth's attorney?
6.5 years, almost.
Now, which federal judge did you clerk for?
Jackson Kaiser.
Yeah, Judge Kaiser.
Yes, sir.
Are there additional questions for Mr. Dudley? Thank you very much. Best wishes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Next is David Furrow, who is a candidate for the J&D Court bench in the same circuit, same district.
You may want to sit and watch this one. I think you can stay in there for a second. Hold on, David. We ain't got all day.
Senator Stanley.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I commend for your consideration David A. Furrow. David is one of the most well-respected, well-liked members of the bar in Franklin County. When you're a younger attorney, if you have an issue, you go straight to David Furrow, and he gives you good, solid advice, no matter what the subject is, and certainly in his trial practice. He has been an incredible asset for Franklin County. He has done about every kind of case that you can ever do, whether it's capital murder in the circuit court or right down in the juvenile courts, every type of case that is brought there. We have uniformly and in consensus recommend him to become the juvenile court judge in Franklin County in that circuit because he's going to be fantastic, compassionate, caring, and everybody likes him. Well, they won't after he becomes a judge, but at least they like him now.
I'll just add that the range of experience is what makes this candidate extraordinary, and we're just pleased that he's willing to cap off a very successful career by this service to the bench and to the community. Thank you.
And Delegate Williams.
I would just concur with what Delegate Adams just said.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Furrow.
Yes, sir.
Please tell us why you're interested in this position.
I have been practicing been practicing 43 years, and I've always tried to help people. That's been my goal. And with the 4 years that I have left, I think that I can impact the most people in the juvenile court, and I'd like to try.
Let me say, I've known David for years. We worked on cases together, and has a wealth of experience, and everybody likes him as an outstanding attorney. I've known him for a long, long time.
Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Furrow? Well, thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Judge James Mcgarry, who is now General District Court Judge. Is that correct? And you're moving him up to the Circuit Court?
Senator, what was the question? Did you?
He's a General District Court Judge, and you're moving him up to the Circuit Court.
Correct.
How you doing? Good. Senator Stanley.
Very briefly, I don't think he needs much introduction, but he has served very well in the General District Court in Henry County. He was the natural selection, overwhelmingly picked by the members of the bar and all of us. I present and commend to you, Judge Mcgarry, for consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Delegate Adams.
Mr. Chairman, members, I would just say that it is pretty remarkable, the consensus in the 21st District for Judge Mcgarry. Probably unlike anything that I've seen in my tenure here. He has proven himself on the General District Court bench, but even before then, he already had the support of the members of the bar. And you'll have to look really hard, long and hard, to find an ill word spoke of him. So we're grateful for his service. Thank you.
Delegate Williams.
Yes, I would like to take this opportunity to ask this body to consider putting him on the circuit court bench. He helped my wife and I when we first came out of law school. He helped me with my very first dog bite litigation case, and that I eventually lost. So he's just been a really good member of our bar. He's done a great job on General District Court, even though it sounds like your father is yelling at you, but he will make a great circuit court judge.
Judge Mcgarry, you've been a General District Court judge for 2 years. I want almost 3. Just tell us why you want to move up.
It's a good opportunity to take on a little more responsibility. It's been really fun. I've been honored by the service on the General District Court and just ready to take on some bigger cases, a little more responsibility that comes with it.
I'll tell you, a retired circuit court judge from Franklin County told me not 5 years ago that he'd given up the juvenile court bench for 10% more money and 30% more work, and he wanted to go back.
That's good to hear. I heard a higher number than 30.
Okay.
Judge, where do you sit now?
Henry County.
Henry, okay.
Are there additional questions to Judge Mcgarry?
Where will you be sitting? I mean, I know you, different places. Do you know where you would be sitting mostly?
I think it'll be Henry County.
Henry County.
Judge
okay.
David Williams has retired. He sat primarily in Henry County, and so I'll take his place after a period of conflicts that, have come through my General District Court.
Yeah.
Once those clear out, that's where I'll be.
So he's retiring, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He's a fine gentleman. Tell him hello for me.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you very much. Best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Stephanie Vipperman, who is going to become a General District Court judge. Is that right?
That would be our hope.
Is she the Commonwealth's attorney or an assistant?
She's the Commonwealth's attorney.
Yeah.
Senator Stanley.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I commend for your consideration for the judgeship. Stephanie Vipperman, she's been the Commonwealth's attorney in the County of Patrick, very capable, very fair, an excellent judge, and someone I think that my delegate friend here, Ren Williams, can speak even more to, but we had no problem coming to a consensus that this was the best person to fill this position.
Delegate Williams.
Yes, thank you. I've known Stephanie Vipperman for a long time. She does an incredible job as a Commonwealth's attorney, and we're going to have a tough time filling her shoes. But she is humble, she is wise, she is smart, she is creative, and she will do a fantastic job on the bench. And I anticipate you seeing her here again later sometime. So fully endorse her.
Okay, Delegate Adams, do you want to be heard? No. Ms. Vipperman, tell us why you want to go to the bench, why you're interested.
I come from a family of public servants, so I feel like becoming the Commonwealth's attorney was a natural fit for me. I've been there almost 15 years, and I've gotten my office and county to a good place, so I'm excited to take this next step to become a judge. Hopefully, I can make an even bigger impact on the community from the bench. So thank you to Senator Williams, Delegates Williams, Adams, and Marshall for this opportunity.
You were elected Commonwealth Attorney. You were
Senator
elected Commonwealth
Assembly.
Attorney 2 years out of law school, right?
That's right, yes, sir.
Okay.
So where will you be sitting if you go to the General District Court in Stewart?
I think primarily in Henry County, at least initially, until the Patrick cases are worked through, but then Judge Ziegler and I have talked about maybe working out something different.
Okay.
Unless there are there additional questions, thank you, Ms. Vipperman.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Good luck to you.
Okay, next is James Normal, who's a candidate for the J&D Court bench in Virginia Beach. So that's what Senator Steph is still waiting for. I apologize.
Mr. Chair, there's no problem at all.
Senator Steph.
James Norville's practiced in the juvenile domestic relations area for 22 years and is the unanimous selection from the Virginia Beach delegation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Normal, if you could just tell us why you're interested in going to the J&D Court bench.
Sure. My whole professional career, my personal life has led me to this point where I've found a passion and a calling to serve my community, give back to my community, and to make Virginia Beach the best place possible for children and families.
Okay, are you now at practicing law with Broccoletti or?
Yeah, Zobi Broccoletti Normal.
So you're basically doing criminal defense work?
And half criminal, half domestic. Mr. Zobi, who was a partner in our firm, was making a domestic attorney. So I took over his book once he passed away. And then also, obviously, I've been coming from Mr. Broccoletti that's given me the criminal backside. So I'm pretty much 50-50.
How much of your time do you spend in J&D Court now?
60 to 70% probably.
Okay. Are there additional questions for Mr. Normal? Thank you very much.
Thank you
Best
very
wishes
much.
to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tim.
Next is Jennifer Schupert, who is a candidate for the J&D Court bench in Virginia Beach. Senator DeSteph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jen's been practicing for 18 years, specializing in family law. Went to Regent University School of Law, and again, was unanimously selected by the Virginia Beach Bar and delegation.
Okay. Could you just tell us why you're interested in the bench? Why you want to be a judge?
Yes, absolutely. So I have specialized my practice in the area of family law intentionally. I believe that helping children and families through that type of process is very rewarding, and they needed a lawyer who was logical and practical and could help them through one of the toughest times in their lives. I believe as a juvenile and domestic relations district court judge, I'll be able to further make those decisions on behalf of families and children in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and it's very rewarding work, and I want to continue on in my career in that aspect.
Okay, are there questions for Ms. Schupert? Okay, we have, and you're certainly entitled to be here and listen to this. We've got somebody that wants to be heard, a citizen that wants to be heard on this issue, on Ms. Schupert's candidacy, and that is Mike Podorowski. But they're gonna be testifying by Zoom. Is that correct? They're not present? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I also believe that he was going on a Norfolk position, so I think he mixed up Norfolk and Virginia Beach because of the way it's listed on the sheet.
Okay, that.
All right, okay.
Okay. Then the next, okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next is Judge Robert Rigney. And I guess Bob is on the juvenile, or on the district court bench. He's moving up to the circuit court. Is that what's going on? Yes. Uh-oh, Lionel Spruill.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if that's helpful. Judge, I don't know how helpful that is.
Judge, you're in trouble.
Senator Spruill.
Hey, it's good to tell the judge, move back some, sir. There you go. You come up here, young man. Mr. Chairman, good evening to everybody.
Senator Spruill, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have with me Delegate Andrew Williams Graves from Norfolk. and we represent part of Norfolk, and we have 3 delegates. The first one we have with us is Robert Rigney, who has been practicing attorney for 32 years. He's been in a junior district court judge for 3 years. What we like about him most is that he's really respectful to citizens and an overall fair person. That's what I look for in a judge. So with the 32 years and 3 years in junior district judge, we think that he will be a good person for us.
That's delegate. Does the delegate want to speak? Okay. Judge Rigney, why are you interested in moving up?
You know, on a personal note, being the judge has been the greatest job ever, so that I think you probably know that. But on a professional note, I've been a trial lawyer, as Senator said, for 32 years. I believe I have the experience, qualifications, and the personality to continue to be effective for the citizens of Norfolk and everyone that comes into my court. And I would appreciate your support.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Judge Rigney?
How's Gerald Jones doing?
I'm sorry?
Judge Jones, Gerald Jones.
Yes, sir.
Tell him hi for me.
He's what?
How's he doing?
Judge Jones is doing fine, as is Judge Simmons, and they are great. He spoke at my investiture. I've known Judge Jones for a long time, and one of the best that's up there. I will, Senator Edwards. Thank you.
Okay, is this did Mr. Podorowski want to speak to this candidate? Okay. Are there additional questions for Judge Rigney? If they're not, thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you, everyone.
Really good to see you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
I told him, don't say anything about Virginia Tech and UVA.
Leandris Webster. Did I pronounce the first name correctly? Close enough. Leandris. Leandris Webster, coming back with Senator Spruill. I just don't know whether that's a good idea or not.
Thank you.
Delegate.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, Mr. Chair, before you will be Leandris Webster. He is a UVA and William & Mary graduate. He has been practicing for 13 years in the Commonwealth. He is a current substitute judge in Norfolk's General District Court, and he is formerly has formally presided over the therapeutic dockets, which include, with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, to include drug court, mental health, and reentry dockets. He is regarded as a trusted trial lawyer in Hampton Roads, and I think he will make a mighty fine judge.
Those are kind words. Thank you very much.
Mr. Webster, please tell us why you want to be a judge.
Because I've been involved in the court system since I was in high school, starting out as an intern, moving files around, then during my winter and fall breaks. Then I was able to become a deputy clerk in the circuit court, in the deeds as well as in the criminal divisions. I was able to take a look and understand what the judges and what the attorneys had to do on a daily basis throughout that time. I was encouraged to go to law school, in which case I was able to complete that, passed, and was started as a prosecutor. And while I was in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office in Norfolk, I was the facilitator with their therapeutic dockets, including the drug court, mental health court, reentry, and the veterans track. From then, I went on to start the defense work with the insurance defense firm with Protégero Law. Now I've been a substitute judge in not only Norfolk, but also in Portsmouth as well as Isle of Wight. They keep asking me to come back, so I guess I'm doing something right. So I believe that I would love to be a judge in the Norfolk General District Court.
Okay.
My understanding is the mental health court was started back in the early 2000s in Norfolk. Is that right? And
That's correct.
You've been continuing that program, and I understand it's been working extremely well down there.
Yes, it has been. Thank you.
That's good.
Does anyone have any additional questions for Mr. Webster? Thank you so much. Best wishes, and tell Andy Protégero we said hey.
Thank you. I will do that.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Now, Jamala De La Cruz. But he's only practiced law 13 years. Okay,
Thank
Senator
you.
Spruill.
Yes, sir. Jamala LaCruz. Mr. Chairman, she has handled more than 1,500 cases in the state and federal court. She has been a defense lawyer for 3 years in public service, a solo practice for 7 years. And she is a great person. She has a great demeanor about herself and makes sure that everybody is treated fairly.
Hello.
Ms. LaCruz, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Tell us why you're interested in going to the bench.
I've always wanted to be a general district court judge. It's a place where I learned to practice law, and it's the people's court. You know, our dockets in Norfolk are really long. We have a variety of different people before the court from different backgrounds. And, you know, in my particular case, most of the people that I've represented are the average person who's appeared in front of Norfolk's court. So I look forward to being able to assist more people in a greater capacity than I can as an individual attorney.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Right now, you are in private practice, and you've practiced law for about 10 years.
That's right,
correct?
Senator.
Okay. Are there additional questions for Ms. LaCruz? Well, I think we do have somebody that's going to speak in favor on Zoom. Is that correct? Mr. Podorowski? He's not present? Okay. Well, thank you very much, and best wishes to you.
Mr. Chair, I feel compelled to say something on her behalf. Even though he's not here, I know this young lady very, very well. She is extremely bright, very sharp. She is a go-to attorney in the Norfolk area. The federal court judges think so highly of her that she gets all of the tough court-appointed work in federal district court. Yeah. So I just think that she would be an excellent candidate, and I think that we can't make a mistake by putting Jamila LaCruz on the bench. Thank you.
That's a great endorsement. Thanks so much. Best wishes.
Thank you.
Next is Judge Matthew Hoffman. Delegate Mullen.
I'm feeling a little cold.
Delegate Mullen, Judge Hoffman is moving from the General District Court as a candidate to move to the Circuit Court. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
You're here to make an introduction.
I am, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Judge Hoffman is one of the finest jurists that we have been able to produce in Newport News. He has been an extraordinary General District Court judge, and that's because of his fine education at the College of William and Mary. I would also say that he has been the originator and has really blossomed our behavioral health docket. I could not say more highly the work that he has done on the bench, and I would commend him to this committee for his work on the General District Court and look forward to hopefully seeing him, were this committee to be acting favorably, on the Circuit Court.
And Senator Locke.
What Mike failed to say is prior to going to General District Court full-time in Newport News, Judge Hoffman did double duty in both Hampton and Newport News, in both courts for a time before going full-time into Newport News. So we are happy to, as a delegation, to commend him to you to move up to the Circuit Court in Newport News. Judge Hoffman.
Okay, thank you, Judge Hoffman. So you've been a General District Court judge for about 5.5 years now?
That's correct.
And before that, you were a substitute judge. Why are you interested in going to the Circuit Court?
Well, I'm ready for a new challenge. It's been, as you said, 5.5 years, and I'm looking forward to the challenge of doing jury trials again and being a part of that at the Circuit Court level. I'm also looking forward to researching and writing a lot more than I have been and had the opportunity to do in General District Court. And I want to improve the efficiency and the accessibility of the Circuit Court to the citizens of Newport News, like I have with the behavioral health docket in the General District Court in Newport News.
I'm just curious how you got from Arizona to Virginia. Did you come here to go to William and Mary Law School?
I actually did. I did not get into the college, the University of Arizona, my undergrad for law school, but got into William and Mary, and I'm a proud graduate and thrilled that I had that opportunity.
And figured out it was a whole lot better here than it is out there, huh?
Couldn't have left.
It's too hot out there, right?
Are there additional questions for Judge Hoffman? Well, thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ron, is it Ron Lewis? Ron? And Ron Lewis would fill the General District Court slot. Is that the idea? Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Ryan Lewis graduated from Washington and Lee as an undergraduate and then received her Juris Doctorate from Valparaiso University, and she spent her career as a public defender. And she's been a part of the drug court in the city of Newport News and has been a part of the Newport News behavioral health docket, and she's been particularly proud of that. One of the things that impressed me most when I was interviewing her was when I asked her, so what happens if the delegation does not select you as our judicial nominee? And she said, well, I would be disappointed, but I will go back to doing that which I love, and that's being a public defender. So I would like to present to you Ryan Lewis.
Ms. Lewis, does having a master's degree in psychology make you a better lawyer or help you understand your clients better?
It helps me understand my clients as well as sort of everyone else I come into contact with. It's been a huge help.
Okay, but tell us why you want to be a judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator. The reason that I expressed interest in this position is because after 10 years at the Public Defender's Office, I've really had an opportunity to see the positive impact that good judges can have on the community, and you all are to be credited for that because we have some excellent judges in Newport News. They can have a really positive impact, and I think most specifically, we see that with Judge Hoffman in the behavioral health docket. When I learned that he was interested in going to the circuit court, I decided that now would be the time for me to kind of throw my hat in the ring here because I want to make sure that the behavioral health docket is going to continue to thrive. And I think I'm the person to do that because I do consider it a passion project. I've been involved since its inception, and I want to make sure it continues to be a huge benefit to Newport News.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lewis. Are there additional questions for Ms. Lewis?
I appreciate your interest in the behavioral health docket. It's particularly important. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Best wishes.
Thank you all for your time.
Next is Judge David Barreto.
Burrito.
Okay. Are you going to go down?
I was going to do it from here. If that's okay.
That's fine. Delegate Bell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I introduce for your approval Judge David Barreto. Judge Barreto, of interest, was born in the Philippines. He has served on the JNDR court in our 16th Circuit for 8 years and would like to be promoted to the Circuit Court. He was endorsed by the Green Madison Bar Association and was the consensus choice of the delegation, both House and Senate. Thank you.
Judge Barreto, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Senator Deeds.
Please tell us why you're interested in going to the Circuit Court bench.
So, Senator Deeds, I believe I have the right temperament and the experience to lend to the citizens of the 16th to be in the Circuit Court. I have found comfort being in juvenile court, but I don't shy away from a challenge. And when I saw that there is a position of need in the Circuit Court, I felt that I had a lot of things to offer. I would love to have the opportunity to serve in the Circuit Court, sir.
Okay, are there additional questions for Judge Barreto? Thank you very much, sir. Best wishes to you.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, Rigney Pather. Yeah, that's fine. No. We're going to get through with them before. Yeah. Delegate Bell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I introduce for your approval Rigney Pather. Rigney moved here from South Africa, was at age 17, was a double who, both undergrad and law school. She has 6 years of work as public defender, 11 years more recently as a Commonwealth's attorney, and was endorsed by the Charlottesville-Albemarle Bar Association as highly qualified and is applying for the position on the Juvenile Domestic Relations Court that would be opened up by Judge Barreto being promoted to Circuit Court. Thank you.
Rigney, it's really good to see you. Please tell everybody why you're interested in being a juvenile court judge.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for letting me be here, and thank you so much for letting me talk to you this evening. I have 18 years of legal experience as a law clerk, as a public defender, and as a prosecutor. I am the Deputy Commonwealth's Attorney for the City of Charlottesville. I've been in that role for the last 4 years. I have done serious cases. I've done 24 jury trials in my career, 18 as a prosecutor, including violent crimes. But the reason why I think I'm a unique candidate for the juvenile court bench is that I've practiced in juvenile court, both as a public defender where I got my start and then as a prosecutor as well. I think our juvenile court is our most important court. Our families and our children deserve fair and just outcomes, and the juvenile court is uniquely positioned in my mind to intervene, to strengthen our families, to protect children, and to hold people accountable when necessary. I think it is a court focused on trauma and resiliency. So for those reasons, I think I'm uniquely situated to be the next juvenile court judge in the 16th District. I will also say that my legal career has been devoted to public service. I was born in South Africa, and because my family is Indian, we were considered non-white under the laws of apartheid, so we faced discrimination as a result of that. But in 1996, thanks to my mom's sacrifice, we were lucky enough to come to the United States. And honestly, like, this is the only country in the world where an immigrant like myself could sit in front of an esteemed body like you. So I just thank you for that. So I'll just always owe a debt of gratitude to the United States for giving us freedom and a home. And so that's why I've devoted my career to public service to give back to this great country.
Well, thank you for that testimony, Ms. Pather. Are there other questions? Thank you so much, and best wishes, okay?
Thank you very much.
Judge M. Duncan Minton, Jr., and I take it, I've not looked at the stuff, but I guess he's a General District Court judge who's interested in moving up. Is that?
Mr. Chair, he's a juvenile. He's currently on the Juvenile and Domestic Relations bench in Chesterfield.
Judge Morsi. Or Senator Morsi, not Judge Morsi. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I want to present to you M. Duncan Minton. As I was just saying to you, Mr. Chairman, he is currently serving on the bench and has been so for the past 4 years in the Chesterfield County Juvenile and Domestic Relations bench. He has been practicing law for a little over 3 decades. He was in private practice for 6 years before he began a career in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, where he served for 19 years, rising to the level of Chief Deputy Commonwealth Attorney. I'm always intrigued by some of the back channel stories that interest candidates, and one of the things that intrigued me most was that he was a major figure on the national faculty for implementing and maintaining juvenile drug courts. We had a wonderful selection of applicants for the circuit court, and Judge Duncan Minton was exceeded all of our expectations. I present to you now Judge M. Duncan Minton for a position on the Chesterfield County Circuit Court bench.
Well, that's quite an endorsement, Senator Morsi. Judge Minton, tell us why you want to go to the Circuit Court bench.
I have enjoyed my time as a juvenile court judge. I've loved every moment of it, but I'm ready for a new challenge. I think if you have the ability and you are ready to accept that challenge, you owe a duty to the Commonwealth to offer your services as you move forward. And so that's why I'm ready to move to the circuit bench.
Okay, are there additional questions for Judge Minton? Well, thank you very much and best wishes to you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Okay, Stephen B. Novi or Novi?
Novi.
Novi. And Stephen Novi will go to the J&D court position, is that correct?
Circuit Court.
Okay, he'll go to the Circuit Court.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Senator Morsi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Joint Committee, I'm going to present to you in just a moment Stephen B. Novi for a position on the Circuit Court bench for Chesterfield County. Let me tell you a very short vignette. We had several stellar candidates that were about to interview for a Circuit Court position, and then Mr. Novi said to us with great humility and very humble, he said, all of these candidates are superbly qualified. And it wasn't a perfunctory comment, he meant it. And then he went on to say, this is why I am best suited to go on the Circuit Court bench, and then literally blew us away with his credentials. He's been in private practice for well over 23 years after serving 6 years as a public defender. He has handled everything from complicated securities transactions to business transactions. He will take the circuit court bench and be able to handle every matter that comes before him. He is married to his wife, who's a physician. They have 2 daughters, Grace Yo-Ling Novi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who is 19, and Bowman Yo-Hwa Novi, 17. An exceptional candidate that I think will serve the Chesterfield County bench with distinction. I present to you, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel, Stephen Novi.
Thank you, Senator Morrissey. Mr. Novi, tell us why you're interested in the circuit court bench.
Well, as the Senator said, I've been practicing actually 27 years, and I love this profession. I love what I do, and after 27 years of doing this, and I've handled and routinely handle a variety of cases, from capital murders to traffic tickets to construction litigation. I feel like it's time that I could give back and be a judge, and I think I'd serve the bench well, and I think I'd make you all proud, because as Senator said, if anything about me, I'm humble, and I'm a grounded person.
Judge, or Mr. Novi, are there additional questions for Mr. Novi? Well, thank you very much, sir, and best wishes to you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, sir.
Next is Tara Hatcher. And Ms. Hatcher is a candidate for juvenile court position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the Joint Committee, I'm going to present to you now Tara Hatcher for a position on the Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court bench. She would be replacing Judge Minton, who was just before you and who will be elevated to the Circuit Court. Ms. Hatcher is a native of Richmond, and I want you to consider the following experience that she has. She was a staff attorney for the Supreme Court of Virginia for 3 years. She was an associate with a Alexander Law Group, which was a large family law practice. She was an assistant Commonwealth attorney in Powhatan County for 8 years, and she has been a solo practitioner in her own firm for the past 8 years. She practices extensively in family law, which is her current practice. I present to you Tara Hatcher, who we know will serve Chesterfield County in a stellar fashion on the J&D bench.
Ms. Hatcher, tell us why you want to be on the J&D bench, and I guess the period of time you represented the Powhatan Social Services Department put you in court all the time, right?
Yes, sir. I did that part-time for Powhatan, so I still had my private practice during that period of time, so I did that for about 14 years. I also was prosecuting part-time at the same time in Powhatan, so some days I would prosecute the morning docket, then do social services in the afternoon, and then have some retained custody cases. So I'm very comfortable in the juvenile court, and I'm really honored to get to serve in that capacity. I've served in a lot of other roles in that court, and I just have a passion for folks going through that particular court system, so I feel very called to do it, and looking forward to the opportunity.
Okay, are there questions for Ms. Hatcher? Well, thanks very much for being here, and best wishes to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next is Bobby Graves. Bobby Graves is a candidate for the General District Court bench. Senator McClellan.
Yes, since the last few judges our candidates are between you all and dinner, we will be quick. But first I want to present Bobby Graves, who actually the Henrico and Richmond delegations fought over for 4 different positions, but she became the choice of the majority of the Henrico delegation for the Henrico General District Court. You will see from your packet that she has a pretty diverse practice area, but mostly focusing on children as a guardian ad litem, at some criminal and civil work. And I present to you Bobby Graves.
Senator Morrissey, do you want to be heard on this? Ms. Graves, please. Tell us why you're interested in going to the bench.
I am interested in becoming a judge in the General District Court of Henrico County because I want to uphold the rules of the law and ensure equal justice. I understand that most people who have their first encounter with the judicial system is in the General District Court. Whether it's a traffic ticket or whether it's something more serious, they deserve respect, they deserve time, and they deserve to be treated fairly.
Thank you very much. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Okay, are there additional questions for Ms. Graves?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and
Good luck to you.
best wishes.
Thank you.
Next is Marissa Mitchell. And Marissa Mitchell is a candidate for the J&D Court bench in Henrico County.
While Marissa is headed up,
Senator McClellan.
Marissa, we had a lot of people apply for this position, a lot of great candidates, but Marissa really stood head and shoulders above the rest, in part because of her unique practice area. She's been with the Henrico County Attorney's Office, but most of her practice has dealt with children. And I think bringing both a government attorney and with a focus on children and children's needs will bring a very unique perspective to that bench. She was rated highly qualified by the bars, but it was I think a pretty much unanimous, if not nearly unanimous, decision for the Henrico delegation to put her on the JDR bench.
Okay, do you want to be heard, Senator Morrissey?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McClellan highlighted why she will be a superb jurist, and I echo Senator McClellan's comments that there was a large cadre of very qualified people, and the individual before you now is heads and shoulders above.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mitchell, explain to us why you want to go, why you're interested in the bench.
Well, serving children and families is a calling of mine. I have to tell you that I was raised by a mother and a grandmother also. We're both social workers. So I went into social work, the social work program when I went to college and went to law school so that I could represent and serve children and families. So I joined the Henrico County Attorney's Office over 18 years ago to do that, to be able to work with the Social Services Department. So I've been in that Juvenile and Domestic Relations District Court for many years and have been serving children and families in Henrico. So I really am very thankful for this opportunity to continue that service in this new capacity.
Well, thank you. Are there additional questions?
You were law clerk to
Senator
Judge Richard Kellum, is that right? Federal judge?
I was not.
Yeah, I'm looking at somebody else. I'm sorry. Apologize.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Mitchell? Thank you so much and best wishes to you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, now Judge Richard Campbell, and I think it's Judge Campbell, General District Court or Juvenile, J&D Court. He's moving up to Circuit Court.
He's moving up to Circuit Court, and while he's making his way.
Okay, Senator McClellan.
Yes, he's been on juvenile court since 2007, which was the last time that we put a juvenile judge on the Richmond Circuit Court. And I think we heard from a number of people that given the number of cases, all of the cases that are appealed from the juvenile court go to the circuit court, that they really need that perspective. And Richard brings not only that perspective, but he's worked in the AG's office as a prosecutor. And I think what struck me the most in his interview when asked, somebody who spent most of his practice as a prosecutor, when asked sort of what was the biggest surprise or adjustment or growing experience for you, his answer was really the humanity of people and how different when a litigant comes before you, they're not just what's on their papers, they bring their entire life experience that it may affect what they're in that courtroom for. And so I think that's a perspective we need on that bench.
Senator Morrissey.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, to echo the senator, irrespective of who the litigant or the party is that's before Judge Campbell, they're treated with dignity, they're treated with respect, and they leave that courtroom with a feeling that they got their day in court. We again had a wonderful list of candidates, and I joined Senator McClellan in introducing Judge Campbell to you, who will serve in the Richmond Circuit Court.
Thank you. Judge Campbell, tell us why you're interested in leaving the J&D Court bench for the wiles of the Circuit Court.
Well, thank you for that opportunity, Senator.
It's a hard thing to leave because I have loved being there. I've often said that being a JDR judge is a little bit like being an emergency room doctor. You either love it and are called to it, or you're not. But I am excited to share that expertise of 15 years in the circuit court. I think that it's a great opportunity to take what I've learned the past 15 years and apply it both in terms of what I do as a judge and in the leadership opportunities I've had in the court.
Okay, are there additional questions for Judge Campbell?
Yeah, Judge, you served as law clerk to Judge Kellum for a while. Then you were Deputy Attorney General of the United States for Virginia for a while. Is that right?
That's correct. And I was a page here 40 years ago, and I worked for you, son.
Well, I wasn't here 40 years ago, but I could have been. Well, good for you.
Senator Sasslaw, yeah. That's right.
Thank you so much. Are there additional questions, Judge Campbell? Thank you so much, sir, and best wishes to you.
Thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Thank you. Matthew Polk, and he is Matthew Polk is a candidate for the General District Court bench, is that correct?
That's correct. Matthew is a solo practitioner.
Senator McClellan.
Thank you, sorry,
No,
Mr. Chairman.
you're fine.
I'm just excited for us to get
Yeah.
pushed through. Matthew is a sole practitioner who's also been a public defender. He has a wide breadth of experience. He is another candidate who, after we did our interviews and we went around the table, everybody named him first. So it was pretty clear that he was going to be our candidate, but we also received pretty glowing recommendations from members of the bar, and we're very happy to present him to you today.
Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator McClellan is correct. We had candidates come before us, and then we had the pleasure of interviewing Matthew, and in a very measured, composed, straightforward manner, he told us why he wanted to be on the General District Court bench. And he did it in a manner that left all of us turning to each other and said, you know, there is no better choice. Senator McClellan is right. He's been practicing for 16 years in every court, not in every state court, but in federal court. And if you go out and speak to people, not those that call you, because generally people that call you are going to say good things. But if you talk to judges, prosecutors, members of the bar, they'll talk about what a great candidate Matthew Polk would be for the bench. The last thing that I'll say is this. I often ask people about their writing skills and their appearances in federal court, Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court. He has over 24 published and unpublished opinions in those state courts. Delegate Bourne, if you wanted to share a word with them, and then
Delegate Bourne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief and echo the comments from Senator McClellan, Senator Morrissey. I think Matthew's intellect, his temperament, and his potential to do the job very well really came through in the interviews. And so it's my honor and pleasure to stand here and present to you Matthew Polk for his candidacy.
Thank you. Mr. Polk, tell us why you're interested in being a judge.
Thank you, sir. And I'd also like to thank Senator McClellan and Senator Morrissey for their kind words as well. For me personally, it's about public service. I have been a trial lawyer in the Richmond City court system for approximately 26 years at this point. And as a trial lawyer, you are limited in terms of those people that you can help, that being your client and typically your client alone. I see the bench as a way to broaden that service, not just to my client as a trial attorney, but to everyone who comes before you, and extend to that person, those people, what you gave to your clients in practice. And so that's what I see the judgeship as, is an opportunity to serve in a broader sense.
Did you ever have Charlie Rose in law school?
I have to confess, I did not see that question coming. In fact, I did have Charlie Rose for criminal procedure and evidence.
You're well grounded. That's all you needed to say.
He was also my landlord my third year of law school.
Is that right?
So he's a wonderful man.
You're well-grounded with him as a teacher. Are there additional questions for Mr. Paul? Well, thank you very much and best wishes.
Thank you, sir.
We've only got one name left on the list, but I want to advise you, we're going to take a break after that, and then we have a couple of retired judges to talk to. Judge Alexis Fisher
Risk. Yes.
Rizk for the J&D court position.
Yes.
And Senator McClellan.
Thank you. Alexis Fisher Risk is currently at the Henrico Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. Before that, when she was in private practice, she primarily handled family law and some civil work. I will tell you, I first met Alexis when I walked into the Fox PTA meeting when my son was entering the 5th grade, and I was immediately intimidated. Not because of her demeanor, because I knew, just watching her command a very active PTA, I knew if I did not walk out of that meeting without volunteering for something, I was going to be in trouble. And that is the level of commitment to service that she brings. She has worked since she was 16 years old. And you will see from her questionnaire that not only is she a member of every bar association she can be a member of here in the city, but she's a member of a wide variety of community organizations. And the day that I called her to talk to her about this position, she was volunteering at the Peter Paul Development Center with some of the at-risk kids in the community. And I think that she will be a perfect addition to the juvenile bench in Richmond.
Delegate Bourne, Senator Morrissey, do you?
Again, I'll just echo Senator McClellan's comments, and I think it was that experience for me that separated her from the other candidates as a PTA president, because if you really care about children, if you really care about parents and engagement, and you can organize and lead in that way on those issues, then the juvenile court is probably the great place for you. And so it's, again, we've got a great candidate here.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot extol Alexis's virtues any better than Senator McClellan or Delegate Bourne. So with that, I present to you for appointment to the Juvenile and Domestic Relations District Court bench, J. Alexis Fisher Risk.
Ms. Fisher Risk, come on up and tell us why you want to be a J&D court judge.
So I first fell in love with the courtroom actually when I was a political science major in Florida. I was called to jury duty, and my parents are not lawyers, and I had not had a lot of exposure to the law other than what I had learned in college and high school. And I got called to jury duty, and I came home, and I told my husband, you know, it was awesome, which I don't think a lot of people say, and I want to look into going to law school. I think maybe this is something I could do. And so we moved up here to Richmond, and I was lucky enough to have my first job be at the Public Defender's Office in Richmond, and it was an amazing experience, and also a little bit of trial by fire. Then I went to private practice. I represented both retained and court-appointed clients in various courts throughout the state, and that was an amazing experience as well. 6.5 years ago, I decided to switch sides, is what we call it, and go prosecute. And that has also been an amazing experience. I am the senior attorney on the traffic team. I prosecute our serious manslaughters in Henrico County, which unfortunately we have too many of, as well as our other serious traffic felonies. The other big piece that I do is I train and mentor our new attorneys as they come in, and that has been extremely rewarding as well, because I'm able to provide them both with my perspective as a prosecutor and also my perspective from doing defense work before that. And as they have mentioned, I have volunteered in the Richmond community, both in the legal community and the community at large for years. And honestly, the worst part about the job I have now is every day what I do, instead of making a right, I live west of downtown. Instead of making a right to come downtown to the city, I make a left to go into Henrico County. And that's not because Henrico County isn't a wonderful place to work. It is. It's just because I love Richmond. And so for me, this position would be like coming home to a city that I love.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there additional questions for Ms. Fisher Risk? Well, thank you very much and best wishes to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all three of you and the rest of the Richmond delegation as well. Thank you so much.
Got great endorsements. Okay, as I said, we're going to take about a 3-minute break, and then we're going to talk to a couple of retired judges.
All right, the committee is called back to order. There are 2 remaining judges up for consideration. These are from the retired list. There were 2 names that were called from that list to be interviewed today. So the first is retired Judge Joseph Ellis. Please come forward.
Carrying too many pieces of paper. All right, thank you very much.
Okay,
I'm here, and I'll be quite frank with you, I'm not exactly sure why. I got notice 6 days ago at 8 o'clock on Ash Wednesday that I was to appear. I was supposed to be in Chesterfield Circuit Court, and I continued that case because I want to be here. I can't say that I'm pleased to be here, but to the extent I am pleased to have the chance to answer any questions that any of you have on any issue. Does anyone have a question?
All right, thank you, Judge. And of course, the members on the committee, have before them certain information relating to your status. And you're right, this is an opportunity for questions from the committee and for any public comment related to your service in this capacity. So I would start from members of the committee. Is there a question for the judge? Senator Morrissey.
First of all, matter of inquiry, will there be citizens that will be giving statements, particularly one Kelly Smith? And if so, I think I would have some questions, but I would prefer to go after her. Do you know if she's scheduled to?
Okay, I'd have to ask staff if that person is. Okay, it looks like she's actually in the audience. Okay.
I think I do have some questions of the judge, but I think I would like to hear from Kelly Smith first.
Okay. Are there any other members of the committee who'd like to ask questions at this time? Okay, then let's hear from any members in the audience who wish to
Absolutely, sir,
speak.
and I'll be here to answer whatever questions you may have,
Okay.
Mr. Morrissey. Thank you very much.
All right, please come forward and introduce yourself and your connection to the judge. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Smith, and I'm a resident of Spotsylvania County. Sorry, I'll try to speak up. Judge Ellis was a judge on my divorce case, which actually started back in 2016. And I believe you all have received a packet from me in which I've laid out a situation where I wasn't treated fairly, where Judge Ellis wasn't patient with me, where my ex-husband wasn't equal when it came to enforcing the divorce decree. He didn't have to follow the rules, but I did. Our marital home was a beautiful 5-acre farm on Lake Anna, and my parents gave us the down payment for this farm. I saw this house, and I knew it was everything that our 4 children would ever need, and all their friends would want to come and stay and hang out and play. And I was to have the farm, except my ex-husband, it's at the end of a piece of property. I was all by myself with the 4 children and my husband on the property. I was forced to vacate the property for fear of my life and our children's lives. And then he pushed his way into the property before I could even move out. And he was awarded the property with the terms that he paid the mortgage, he keep up the homeowners association dues, and he maintained the property. And we list the property for sale. he also had the opportunity to finance the home and get my name off of the mortgage, none of which he did. And in 2018, I believe it was May 9th, we were both in circuit court in front of Judge Ellis with the show cause, mine saying, Your Honor, he hasn't done any of this. And he had a piece of paper that wasn't even on letterhead from some company out in California that talked about what a great guy he was and how I was interfering with his ability to refinance the mortgage with our current mortgage company. When in fact, had he refinanced the mortgage with our current mortgage company, it still would not have gotten my name off of the mortgage. And Judge Ellis told me I had to sign a quitclaim deed. I had to follow his order or I was going to be thrown in jail. Now, my ex-husband had done a lot to not follow the divorce decree, but I was the one being threatened with jail. And I didn't want to give up my home, my only asset, all I had left from my dad who had passed away. And I was detained. I was taken away by deputies. And I have one ticket from 1995, and it's actually taken off my record. But that's me, one speeding ticket. I have never been in jail. I had never done anything wrong. And I was put in jail because I did not want to turn over my property. I did not want to sign a quitclaim deed to a man who had stolen everything else from me. I wasn't allowed to call anybody. Sheriff Harris from Spotsylvania County is a good friend of mine and has been since 2004. I wasn't allowed to call the sheriff. I wasn't allowed to call my mom. I wasn't allowed to call my adult daughter. I can't even tell you how long I was locked up because I had a complete and utter panic attack, anxiety attack. For those of you who don't have problems with small areas, I can't even explain it. But then I was finally brought back upstairs, crying, asked if I learned my lesson and was I ready now. And while I was downstairs, Judge Ellis appointed my ex-husband's attorney, special commissioner over me, and had lost my home. And that attorney used that special commissioner power, Rule 1:13, for the next few years in JD&R court, in circuit court, even when it had expired, and I asked the judge to please terminate that. I've heard a lot of people here looking to be judges, to move up, to move in. And I hear words like integrity, fairness, opportunity. That didn't happen with me. And that's why I don't think Judge Ellis should be reappointed to the bench. I'm sure his intentions at one point years ago were good, but I'm sorry, I can't let this happen to another person. My last child and I rent 2 bedrooms in a home. My ex-husband finally was ordered to sell the house and tried to cheat me out of the equity by signing a quitclaim deed to his girlfriend. And Judge Glover rectified some of the situation. Does that sound fair to anybody?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for
All
your
right.
time.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to speak.
All right, Senator.
Private citizen. And make it clear, I'm speaking as a private citizen. I intend to recuse myself from this vote. And you already have materials. I represented Kelly, Miss Smith, in basically recouping what we could of her equity. That was a process that took several months and took a good bit of attorney's fees. And thankfully, we were able to salvage something. I found that conduct, well, you can draw your own conclusions. But I actually had a separate incident with Judge Ellis, which you'll see referenced in the memo. He sanctioned me and my law firm for $54,000. And I'm not going to get into the merits of that. It was on the front page of Virginia Lawyers Weekly, very spectacular finding. But one of the things that was extraordinary about it was a case that I had filed in 2019 and had attempted to non-suit in December of 2019. And the other side did not want to allow the non-suit. They had a counterclaim. And the justification for their counterclaim was they wanted to pursue sanctions against me and my client. And the judges of the Fairfax County Circuit Court withdrew from the case. Well, they withdrew from the case, and the date was, trial was originally set for May 5th, 2020, and it had to be moved to September 15th, 2020 because of COVID. You couldn't have trials. And at that point, when the trial date was moved, the discovery deadline had already passed. So the case was effectively over, and the other counsel and I had reached a date time because we both agreed that a non-suit was how the case should end up. Well, the sanction motions was then filed against me, and the Fairfax County Circuit Court all withdrew, and Judge Ellis was appointed on June 1st, 2020. Now, opposing counsel was John Keith of Fairfax, former president of State Bar, and he moved to withdraw because he did not agree with his client's strategy. He didn't want to be involved in the case any longer. There was a hearing on his decision to withdraw on June 22nd, 2020. I was not allowed to attend the hearing. It was a hearing by video. I was not allowed to attend. I've never had that happen before where I could not attend a hearing involving myself and my client. The ordinary course is when a lawyer withdraws from a case, that withdrawal is permitted as long as the trial date is kept. And in fact, the trial date at that point was only 3 months away. Well, I didn't attend the hearing, so I don't know what happened, but I know I simply got a copy of the order saying that the withdrawal had been allowed. The trial was set for September 15th, 2020. Under the Fairfax County Circuit Court scheduling order, which was entered in this case, discovery closed. It had already closed, but a witness and exhibit list had to be filed 15 days before trial. In other words, on August 31st. I filed my witness and exhibit list on August 31st. Up to that day, there had been no notice of appearance by a new lawyer. So as far as I was concerned, the case was over. The other side did not file. I got contacted by another attorney, but he didn't file a witness or exhibit list, so I moved in limine to basically strike his case, and we would have gone forward on September 15th, but we didn't have a case, so at that point, it was simply a matter of the case would have been over, we would have walked away. On September 2nd at 1:46 p.m., I was sitting in my office in Pocahontas, and I got an email from the circuit court clerk who had been assigned to the case saying Judge Ellis wanted to have a phone conference. And I thought he was going to discuss the fact that they had missed the deadline, they had gotten this new counsel, the case was over. And I called in, there was no notice of a hearing, no court reporter, and he announced at that time that he was going to allow a new trial date. And I explained to him, well, you're not allowed to give a new trial date under the scheduling order unless there's good cause shown. And the appearance of counsel untimely is never considered good cause. That's in the scheduling order. And he said, well, he asked the opposing counsel, what's the good cause? And they said, well, we need to take discovery. And I said, well, discovery's been over for 6 months. And besides, under the court order, and I'll quote it to you, he said he wanted to take a deposition. He said depositions may be taken after a specified time period by agreement of counsel of record or for good cause shown, provided, however, that the taking of a deposition after the deadline established shall not provide a basis for continuance of the trial date. And I repeated this. I said, Judge, you cannot move the trial date because they want to take discovery. He basically made a comment to the effect that that doesn't apply to me. He set a new trial date and he reopened discovery. 12 days before we were set for trial when the other side had missed all of their filing deadlines. I had never seen this done before in 28 years of practice, that a scheduling order and orders of the court were completely ignored. So I filed a motion to reconsider order dated September 2nd, 2020, vacating September 15, 2020 trial date without good cause shown. I have copies, whoever wants to read it. Attaches all the relevant orders. It was denied without any hearing. And then, needless to say, there was a mutual non-suit then entered in November because the other side had no case. They did take a deposition of my client, and based upon that deposition, he then assessed $54,000 in sanctions against me. Now, my story is frankly less compelling than Ms. Smith's. I didn't go to jail. I didn't lose my house. I got to know Kelly, and like I said, it was completely serendipitous or what have you. Represented her, and we were able to get a semi-favorable conclusion in her case. But one of the things that shocked me was how a substitute, in this case a retired judge, could come in and just ignore what the existing orders were in a case and have no accountability, none. So I'll let Judge Ellis defend himself. Again, I'm not voting on his reassessment or reassignment. My case is under appeal. My wife and I paid the bond. But I just felt like just the sheer arbitrary nature of how he handled my case, and more critically Kelly's case, was really shocking to me, and I think it's worth bringing to the attention of this committee. Thank you.
Senator Morrissey.
Mr. Peterson, I have a question, a couple of questions of you. With regard to the $56,000, was that assessed against you for filing a motion or motions challenging Judge Ellis granting a new trial?
I can't remember if the motion itself was part of the damage assessment. I don't remember that. I don't think so.
Second question, when you received the call from the circuit court clerk, had you had any advance notice that there was going to be a hearing held on the phone, and was the other party on telephone or in the judge's chambers?
The other party was on telephone. I had no idea there was a hearing. Otherwise, I would have had a court reporter.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions of Judge Ellis at the appropriate time.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the senator a question?
Delegate Sullivan. Excuse me, ma'am. Delegate Sullivan has a question.
Yes, for Senator Peterson.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, you were talking about the lack of accountability. There is an appeal in this case, right?
There is.
Has it been briefed yet?
It's been briefed. A writ was granted, and we had the argument last week.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about the merits of the case. I'm talking about that decision to ignore.
You have appealed the court's, Judge Ellis's decisions in your case to the higher court.
I appealed the merits of the case. The part that I've talked about was not part of the appeal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All right, and I think there was maybe one other person in the audience who wanted to speak before we hear from the judge.
Before you speak with Judge Ellis, my name is Mary White. I think you received a document from me. I'm familiar with some of the members of this body. I worked with Senator Scott. Can I call you Scott, or do I have to call you Senator? With Scott Servell, and also with Chap Peterson. And I'll tell you, I was part of his domestic relations team. I worked directly for Dorothy Isaacs, and I never saw Chap Peterson take a single domestic relations case in my life. He handed them all to me. He has, in fact, sent me some since I have been in the Stafford-Fredericksburg area. I appear regularly in front of Judge Ellis while he was active. I've appeared regularly in front of him since he retired. I clerked for the Honorable Jonathan C. Thatcher. He was the judge that issued the initial big sanctions case, Benitez versus Ford. I'm very familiar with sanctions because I authored the letter opinion that went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court regurgitated and stated some of my pros, and I was quite thrilled. When David Bernhard came back, he complimented me on things the Supreme Court had said. So I am very well versed in sanctions. I'm also personal friends with Mike Charnoff, who is the attorney who received the sanctions against Mr. Peterson, today Mr. Peterson. I have read all of the appellate briefs in this case. I've been provided them. I've read the sanctions, and Mr. Peterson and his client were sanctioned for filing a pleading without a basis, pure and simple. let's go back to Judge Ellis for a moment. I've appeared in front of him numerous times, and as soon as I found out, I will tell you, when the bar in the local area found out that this meeting had been called in less than 6 days, you could not believe the uproar. I had someone in the court contact me. I took it upon myself to go on Okra, and I read every single pleading in Ms. Smith's case. I read every single pleading in the case that Mr. Peterson took over. I have prepared a packet that I've brought for you that's significant, that I feel I don't want to go too much into your dinner time, but I will tell you this lady most certainly was abused. There is absolutely no doubt. And if I had been one of the attorneys sitting in the courtroom while this was going on, I would have jumped up. But the person who abused her was not this judge. It was her husband, and there is no better word for him than he's a scoundrel. Ms. Smith's problem is she decided to represent herself. She writes well, she speaks well, but she is not an attorney. She came before the Circuit Court of Spotsylvania County with an order in effect that said that she had to move her paramour, Chris Snyder, out of her home. He was residing with her, and the opposing party came in and filed and said, deny her spousal support on adultery. That didn't happen, but if I could just briefly walk you through this package. She filed a notice to change her address. She voluntarily moved out of the home that she just told you she was losing so that she could reside with her paramour. It was an ugly case. There was a trial. I know both the attorneys who came in and noticed their appearances. I've read the letter opinion from Judge Ellis. Judge Ellis, despite the fact that she was living with someone, did not find adultery. He did not deny her spousal support. I've read the opinion. She won this case. Judge Ellis asked her counsel to prepare the order, and if any of you have written orders, when you win, the judge says, counsel for the plaintiff, will you prepare the order? Problem is, she tried to represent herself, and her husband didn't do what he was supposed to do, but she didn't file the right paperwork. As I look back over these pleadings, I was actually in court some of the times that this lady was in court. I've been in court with Judge Ellis hundreds of times. I have seen how he treats pro se litigants, and it irritates us because he's patient, he's gentle. But this is a case where the husband was getting away with murder, and unfortunately, Ms. Smith was not able to properly defend herself. While the case was under advisement, she was sending letters to the court. She constantly filed ex parte pleadings. I would just ask you to look at the number of pleadings in this first thick packet. Numerous times, Judge Ellis, the clerk, everyone said, get a lawyer. She didn't get a lawyer. So then the case was reopened, and all I did was show you the pleadings in that one. The case was reopened while she tried to enforce the order. Judge Ellis sanctioned Mr. Peterson, Chap Peterson, Esquire, in December of 2020. In February of 2021, the infamous Virginia Lawyers Weekly article came out with a picture of Chap Peterson smiling with his boat. It's embarrassing. It's got to be embarrassing. 5 weeks later, he noted his appearance for Kelly Smith. I've never seen Mr. Peterson in Spotsylvania County. I was shocked to see him there. I'm not saying, well, I am going to go ahead and say it. I think he should be ashamed of himself before this assembly to take a personal vendetta and take it against a judge that has served this Commonwealth respectfully and honorably for 20-some years. It is absolutely discouraging to me. I've never been involved in politics, but to know that somebody can use their position in this way, I think is reprehensible. It breaks my heart because I have always had great respect for Chap Peterson. But to see him come in here and attack a judge, and I would remind this you're not a court, I would remind all of you, the jerk complaint was dismissed. Ms. Smith never filed a jerk complaint in the 5-6 years this was going on, but once Chap Peterson became her counsel, she filed a jerk complaint. That was dismissed. This venue should not be used for a personal vendetta. If he's got a problem with the judge's rulings, that's the Supreme Court. If you have a problem with his behavior, that's the Jerk Commission.
Does that conclude your remarks?
I see everybody wants to get to dinner. Sorry, I feel very
I
strongly
think
about
it-
this.
Excuse me, ma'am, I don't think.
That's okay.
No one's up here asking about dinner. Okay, all right, I think we have a question from the senator.
Yes.
It's Ms. White.
Yes, it is.
Ms. White, I too read everything that's sent to me.
Okay.
I read the 37-paragraph summary from what happened in court in January 2021, and I read the 41-page final order of divorce, including all the exhibits.
Yes.
You said a few moments ago with certitude that Ms. Kelly Harold voluntarily left the marital home that was located on Woodbury Farm Road. Is that right?
That's correct.
Except for the order of divorce, final order of divorce says something entirely differently. It says that the marital residence is awarded to the defendant with him having exclusive use. So how do you rationalize your statement to the panel a moment ago that she voluntarily left with the order of the divorce that said it's awarded to the husband and he has exclusive use?
Well, because if you look at the documents that I placed before you, on April 18th, 2016, Ms. Kelly Smith filed a notice as required by the law to move out of that residence. That's included in the packet. She moved from that residence on May 1, 2016, voluntarily, and her husband then moved into the marital residence. So she left it voluntarily. There was no court order requiring her to move. According to opposing counsel, and I have only read the pleadings, it was, according to his pleadings, which follow after this, it is so that she could escape the order of the juvenile court that she should not be living with her paramour at the marital home.
In that same final order of divorce, it said Judge Ellis ordered the husband to list the property for sale within 15 days. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that.
And
I
you're
read
aware
the
that he
pleading.
did not only not list it within 15 days, he didn't list it within the next 3 years. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that.
Are you aware of of the notion of a conflict of interest?
Excuse me, Senator, do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I do have a couple more questions.
All right, a couple more questions. We'll
With
move on.
with regard to the conflict of interest, did you hear Ms. Kelly Harold say that her husband's attorney was appointed to be the special conservator?
He was appointed a special commissioner to sell the residence.
Do you think that he had a conflict of interest to sign the deed that Ms. Harold refused to sign?
I do not, because I've actually dealt with this problem and dealt with this issue, wherein I filed a bar complaint against counsel who was appointed special commissioner, and the bar came back to me saying not only was it a conflict, but that there is Supreme Court case law on point saying it's not a conflict.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am, for those remarks. And I would just say, I think we're going to hear maybe from the judge. Is there one more
I
person in
believe
the
Ms.
audience?
Donk is here to speak on
Okay.
behalf of Judge Ellis.
Please come forward. And again, I would just, remind everyone that we're here because this committee has jurisdiction over the review of retired judges. There's an opportunity for public comment, but I would refrain from, trying to litigate cases, any of the cases or complaints that we heard, or certainly avoid any personal remarks, but, describe your comments as they relate to the judge and the complaints you've heard.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeannie Donk, and I'm a lawyer practicing in Fredericksburg. I have appeared before Judge Ellis for more than 2 decades, regularly. Judge Ellis has had and has a distinguished and unblemished tenure as a judge since 1999. He retired in 2019 for the mandatory retirement statutes and has served frequently across the Commonwealth by designation of the Virginia Supreme Court in difficult and complex cases. In Spotsylvania Circuit Court, the circuit court that he retired from, the docket is very busy and very heavy. Spotsylvania Circuit Court completed and concluded just under 8,000 cases in 2021, the most in the circuit. This was accomplished with 2 resident judges, and Judge Ellis has been ready, willing, and able to handle overflow cases, to keep the docket moving, and to prevent delay that harms our citizens. The matter before you, on its face, involves a complaint about one hearing in one case that was before Judge Ellis multiple times between 2015 and 2019 till he retired. That hearing was also the subject of a proceeding before the Judicial Inquiry and Review Committee this year in 2022. Judge Ellis has not had a hearing in that case since 2019. That body, known as JERC, has completely exonerated Judge Ellis of this complaint. 2 members of this joint committee are involved in an appeal of another decision by Judge Ellis. That appeal is currently pending before the Virginia Supreme Court, and that case involves, as you have heard, an award of monetary sanctions against one of your committee members, Mr. Peterson, and his client. Judge Ellis was appointed by designation of the Virginia Supreme Court to hear that case in Fairfax because every Fairfax Circuit Court judge, and there are at least 15 of them, had recused themselves. It would appear that these judges recused themselves because of exactly what is happening in this hearing. Judge Ellis has been brought before you, at least in part, if not in whole, because he had the audacity to apply the law to the facts and rule against a lawyer who also happens to serve on this committee that decides on the election and reappointment of judges. Judicial independence is a cornerstone of our democracy, the administration of justice, and the rule of law itself. Our process, the review of the performance of judges, retired and sitting, is not and should not be a place for elected members of the Virginia legislature to exact personal vendettas because they disliked a ruling by a judge. The lawyer members of the legislature and this joint committee know that our rule of law allows for an appeal of a decision disliked by the losing side. Today, you have considered the election of new judges, judges who will serve your constituents and the rule of law. Your actions today in this review of Judge Ellis's performance will speak volumes to those newly elected judges about their independence and how they must conduct themselves on the bench. Judge Ellis has an excellent performance review, which is currently before you. Prior to his retirement and sitting in retirement, Judge Ellis has done an excellent job. He is one of the most prepared on the law and the facts of a case of any judge I have ever appeared before in my 35 years of trial work. Should he not be reappointed, the true harm will be to the citizens of the Commonwealth who will lose one of the most capable jurists through no fault of their own. Stripping Judge Ellis of his ability to continue to be a dedicated public servant and sit as a judge because of what appears to be a personal vendetta by a member of this committee will send the wrong message to those new judges and to allow all of the members of the bench to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Please do not allow the citizens of the Commonwealth to be harmed by the actions of this committee and not reappointing Judge Ellis. I urge you to reappoint Judge Joseph J. Ellis.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Judge, if you'd like to speak, you may.
Thank you. If you would give me just 1 second, I have some things I think may help.
Judge, is there something you'd like the committee to see? Maybe if you could explain what you're pulling out in the boxes there? Well, go ahead. Go ahead and explain if you can.
Mr. Peterson wants to try his case before you. Ms. Smith wants to retry 6 years of divorce before you.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
I'm sorry?
Can you speak up?
Yes,
Speak
I'm
up
sorry.
more.
Step forward to the microphone and speak into the microphone.
I apologize. What you just heard is Ms. Smith's attempt to...
All right, excuse me just a minute.
Yes, sir.
All right. If we can have a little more quiet on the committee while people are speaking. Delegate Scott. Did you have a question? Oh, okay, sorry. Did someone have a question? Okay. All right. Go ahead,
sir.
Judge.
No. I'll repeat, and I apologize for repeating, but Mr. Peterson wants to try his case before you today. Ms. Smith wants to retry the entire history of her divorce before you today. But actually, what I ruled on was much simpler. Now, in Mr. Peterson's case, and I do not want to say anything bad about him, and I will not, but I will say that the facts that he articulated for you, I have a different recollection of what transpired, and that shouldn't shock you. Is he angry at me? Absolutely. I could tell that when he was standing at the back of the courtroom and shouting, "I'm going to appeal."
All right, Judge.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay, excuse me, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I would just say let's try to keep our comments with respect to the facts that you'd like to state in response to the allegations that have been made.
Yes, sir.
Without speculating as to people's motives and intentions.
I'm not speculating. I saw it.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
And so that you understand, I am prohibited, and I assume Mr. Peterson knows this, from commenting on a pending case. He has the right to appeal. He made it clear he was going to. That's fine. I am not going to sit here in front of you good people and tell you that I am always correct. And any judge who does that probably should be removed. That's why we have the Supreme Court. And if I am wrong, thank God I have them to correct it. I believe in the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals. And if I am in error, I thank God they're there to fix it because I affect people's lives. Everybody who comes into my court is the same sex, has the same religion, weighs the same, is the same height, and has the same political persuasion. And I don't care if they're a pauper or a prince or a politician, everybody is treated the same. Candidly, I feel sorry for Ms. Smith because she did exactly as she was described. She tried to be a lawyer. What was before me? Her divorce wasn't before me all the time. In that letter opinion, she indicated, if you have the letter opinion, you can see it, that she wanted the house sold. Her husband, and she was in a bad marriage, wanted to keep it. So I did what judges often do. If you can keep it and you can refinance it, fine, do so. If you can't, it has to be sold. You have to cooperate in that by either signing a quitclaim or whatever is necessary to transfer it into his name or for the real estate purposes to sell it, and that's what we'll do. She was brought into court on a simple motion. The motion was make her endorse a quitclaim deed because the allegation was she had obstructed his ability to refinance the house. That's not complex. And the best part is she didn't deny it. She didn't deny it at all. She said, and I'm going to tell you exactly what she said, I'm not going to sign it until he does what he's supposed to do. Her complaints weren't before the court. She hadn't filed a motion. And I explained to her in no uncertain terms, ma'am, the door opens for you the same way it does for him. And I remember saying that. And if you want to file a show cause against your husband, I'll be glad to address it very promptly. But that's not the issue today. The sole issue today is, have you complied? And she had not. I tried to persuade her. I spent 15 minutes talking to her, trying to help her understand that if you're going to solicit the assistance of the court in your show causes, you have to obey the instructions of the court. And literally, she turned her back on me, refused to answer questions, and when I directed her attention back to what we needed to do and asked her to sign, she said, no. And I said, ma'am, I'm now going to order you to sign. The house needs to be taken care of. It's going to be foreclosed on. In point of fact, if you look at the letter of opinion, I indicated in the letter of opinion that she indicated it was in danger of foreclosure. It's as simple as that. It needed to be done. I ordered her to, in a courtroom full of people, with a docket, and she said, no. I didn't have any choice. The only tool you have given me is contempt of court. That's all I've got. And I said, ma'am, you're remanded to the custody of the sheriff. That was that. At that point, counsel for her husband, Mr. Yorth, said, Judge, I'm going to ask you to appoint me, this is an Oritonis motion, I'm going to ask you to appoint me a commissioner so that I can sign the quitclaim on her behalf for a deed to be held in escrow. I said, you draft the order, I will sign it. Today, she's questioned that authority. There's statutory authority in Title 20, in Title 801, and better than that, I have right here, right now, if you want to see it, a case decided by the Court of Appeals in 2013, authored by Judge Hupp, which is on all fours with her case.
And Judge, I think what we're going to do with respect to that is if you have additional materials that you'd like for members of the committee
I do,
to
sir,
see,
and I'll hand them to you right now.
No, not right now.
I'm sorry, sir.
My suggestion is that you can leave that with staff. There'll be time for members to review those documents
Certainly.
Following this hearing. So before we take any questions from the committee, is there any final comments you'd like to make?
Could I say one more thing, sir?
Yes, sir.
What you have in your hands now is everything Jerk had. That was filed, I shouldn't say it was filed, but I got notice on February the 8th that Ms. Smith and her attorney had filed a jerk complaint based upon my conduct 3.5 years ago. Am I upset about it? Yes, I'm upset about it. And I said to the jerk, when they called me to investigate this, I said, I'm not surprised she filed, because very often this lady, over the course of our dealings, has been selectively perceptive. She hears what she wants to hear, sees what she wants to see. And I'm sorry to say that. I truly am, because I feel badly for her. She was in a bad marriage. But having said that, I said, I don't know why it took 3.5 years, that it would pop up before I'm to be recertified. But you have that record. I can assert confidentiality and you wouldn't be able to see that. I want you to see that. I want you to see the record that's attached to it. I'm not going to hide behind confidentiality. I want you to see exactly what transpired, and I'll point out one additional factor, and then I'll want to hear any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Okay,
the one additional factor, I'm sorry.
All right, Delegate Scott.
She did not provide the order by which she was released, where she was held for about an hour and a half, and she did not give that to Jerk. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I hate to jump into these very murky waters. It looks like all involved have some issues from what I can hear. But I just have 3 quick questions. One, have you ever issued an order similar to this that someone would have to sign to do what they needed to do to effectuate a refinancing of a home?
Could you repeat that, sir? I'm sorry.
Have you ever issued an order to a litigant requiring them to sign a document to effectuate the refinancing or setting of a home?
No.
So this is
Because
the
there's
first,
specific statutory authority for this particular provision.
So this is
I
the
don't
first
recall ever having been asked to.
this was the first time you'd done it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, I wanted to make sure I read the order where she was jailed, and then I guess she stayed in for a while, and you finished the docket, then you let her out. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
The litigant was jailed for contempt. She stayed in till you finished docket, and then you brought her back out and you released her. Is that
I
correct?
don't know that it's fair to say she was jailed. She was held in detention until I finished the docket.
she was held
When
in
I finished the docket, I brought her back out. And if you look at the May 9th order from 2018, it will specifically identify her behavior that was contemptuous. It lays that out. And it says that I brought her back out. I dismissed the contempt citation against her and released her. And the reason that I did that is I could see that it would be of no benefit.
Thank you.
On top of which,
Thank you, Judge. I'm not
I
trying to
had
cut you
the
off, but I
quick
think
claim.
you answered my question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And
All right,
I
thank you.
apologize. And then, hold on, I have one last question.
Delegate Scott.
Whether when you asked her to sign the quitclaim deed or tried to effectuate that, was it your intent or did you believe at that time that she would lose part of her equity in her home? Or were
No,
you
that
aware
was-
that that was a possibility? And that's the last question I'm asking.
That was
Okay,
late.
if you can't speak on that because of the case is pending, then I understand. But that's kind of what I'm trying to understand.
No,
Was that argued in court that, hey, if you do this, I'm going to lose my equity in my home?
No, it was a fairly long, evolved conversation where I tried to persuade her that in order to move this whole case forward, somebody had to go first. And she admitted she had not signed the quitclaim, wouldn't sign the quitclaim, and that she'd obstructed getting this process going. She said that. So I tried to talk her into it, frankly, and when she wouldn't, that's when I ordered her. She asked, what will happen to me? And I said, and this is exactly what I said, you could possibly be incarcerated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Senator Morrissey.
Good evening, Judge.
Nice to see you again, sir.
I will read the materials that you provided because I have a feeling that the members of the Joint Committee will be discussing this later on. You have my commitment. I'll read that. But what I have read was your 41-page final order of divorce, which included attachments. In that order, you ordered the husband to list the property for sale within 15 days.
I did.
And he did not do it for 3 years. Did you hold him in contempt for not complying with your order to list it within 15 days of June 19th, 2017, which was the date of your final order?
In part, he didn't do it within 90 days. I don't know exactly when he did it. I do know that he began refinancing efforts. I do know that she interfered with that. She obstructed his ability to get refinancing. And Mr. Morrissey, I don't know when that happened. I truly don't. But her position was, when she was standing before me, that she wasn't going to do anything until he did something. And that's when I said to her, file it. If you file it, we will address it. Now, Mr. Morrissey, the backstory there is, after I told her that, she did in fact file a show cause. She filed it and asked to be relieved from payment of any costs or anything. I endorsed that, waived all the fees associated with service. I endorsed the show cause on her behalf to have her husband brought before the court so his recalcitrance could be addressed.
11 months after you signed the final order of divorce, you appeared back in court in the matter that she just described on May 9th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
I've read the documents, and it appears that at no time had he sought out a bank or a lending institution to refinance the house. Would you agree that that's true?
Do I believe that he did not?
That he did not.
His
The divorce
counsel
was
indicated...
on 6/19/2017, and 11 months later, she appeared before you pro se on 5/9/2018.
On July 9th, 2018, he had made efforts to refinance.
I'm sorry?
Yes, he had made efforts to refinance.
You, in your order...
Senator, do you
I got
have
a few more
another
questions,
question?
yeah. Yes, I do. I am focused on the manner in which she was treated on May 9th, 2018, and I have no qualms about the final order of divorce, the amount of child support, spousal support, none of that, or the manner in which you handled that, but only in the way she was treated. She's stated, and the records indicate, that she was sent to the Spotsylvania County Detention Center that day because she did not sign the quitclaim. Is that true?
Well, no, she was detained in my courtroom right outside the courtroom. She went through the door just to my right in courtroom number 2. Where they took her from there, I do not know, but she was not to leave my courtroom or the detention area next to my courtroom, because once the quitclaim had been addressed through the authority I have to permit the special commissioner to be appointed, there was really no point anymore, so she was released.
Okay.
That occurred after she left.
Judge Ellis, at
Senator
any time
Morrissey.
during the, yes.
We don't want to relitigate the case.
I'm not
but-
relitigating it, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. I've got about 3 more questions, and then we'll be done, okay?
You are relitigating the case.
I'm not relitigating the case at all, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask a question.
I'm happy to answer anybody's question.
All right, Senator Morrissey.
Did you, during the hearing, refer to her as a spoiled child who was stomping her feet?
I'm
because
sorry, what'd you say?
Certainly. Did you refer to her during this May 9th, 2018 hearing as a spoiled child who was, quote, stomping her feet because she didn't get her way?
Absolutely not.
Last question, Mr. Chair. On January
Senator Morrissey.
2021, a new judge, Judge Glover, apparently took over some aspect or all aspects of the case and issued a show cause against the husband, a rule to show cause for his failure to list the property for sale. That was 3 years after, or almost 4 years after, 3.5 years after this event. Do you know why, have any explanation why Judge Glover show-caused husband for not doing something that you ordered him to do 3 years and 5 months earlier?
It was actually me that issued the show cause against her husband. And it was actually me who endorsed her request to go forward without fees. It was me who set that up because, Mr. Morrissey, when she was with me on May 9th, 2018, I told her, ma'am, your concerns right now about your husband are not before the court. If you file it, I will get it taken care of. We'll get it on the docket. We'll hear what you have to say about your husband.
Thank you, Judge Ellis.
Thank you,
Mr.
Morrissey.
Chair and Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. All right, are there any additional questions from members of this committee? Okay, all right. Well, I think we have now the issues before us, and thank you, Judge, for appearing here today.
I have a couple of other documents if you want to see them. If not, I actually have the case, if you don't want it, but I have the case from the Court of Appeals if you want to read it. But
Well, we will be in communication with clerk's staff, and the members will be entitled to whatever it is that you'd like to make available.
okay, well, if anyone
Mr.
would like to see the case, I have it with me today.
Mr. Chair, would you allow Judge Ellis to give the documents to the clerk, and then the clerk can pass it out to other members who are desirous of reading it?
If you have them here today, I think the clerk
I do,
is willing
sir.
to take those.
I do.
Yes, okay.
All right, thank you,
All right.
gentlemen. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much.
All right, thank you. And that will conclude the matter with respect to retired Judge Joseph Ellis for today. Okay. All right. Now, there was one additional judge who was given an opportunity to appear before the committee on the question of his continued service as a retired judge, as Judge Charles Maxfield. Okay, Judge Maxfield, thank you for being here. You currently serve as a retired judge, and one of the members of this committee asked that you appear before us today. Can you speak to your interest in continuing to serve in that capacity
Yes,
to the
sir.
courts?
My name is Charles Maxfield. I have served as a judge since 1992. My first
Sir, if you could maybe step up and speak into the microphone.
Yeah, I've served as a judge since 1992. My first 2 years were as a substitute judge. Then I did almost 13 years as a J&DR judge, 8 years as a circuit court judge, and I've now been a retired judge for 6 years. I don't know why I was brought here today. I wasn't given that any reason.
All right. And you do have an interest in continuing to serve on the bench?
To be frank about it, blunt, yes, but not particularly long. My original plan was to serve until I was 70. The IRA rules have changed. I'm 70 now. I would like to serve out the balance of this year. I've got cases scheduled through the rest of the year. I haven't accepted cases for next year at this time.
Hey, Judge, where do you serve?
I sat on the 19th Circuit in Fairfax. I retired to Williamsburg. I sit in courts all the way from Virginia Beach to Henrico.
Thank you. Members of the committee, now's your opportunity to ask any questions of Judge Maxfield.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Servo.
Mr. Chairman, I practiced in Fairfax, or I still practice in Fairfax before Judge Maxfield. He was on the bench in the juvenile court, I think, when I started practicing. And I think I was only in the legislature for about maybe 6 years while you were on the bench, but I never received a single complaint about anything in your service. And I think I handed you a commending resolution at your house about 5 years ago after your service. But are you aware of any specific complaint or any reason why you were asked to be here today? Because I'm not. I'm just curious if you are.
Well, I looked at my evaluations. I discussed them with the Supreme Court. They told me they were not great, but in the normal range. I had one issue with Senator Norman, and I'll explain this. I know he's not here, so I'm surprised because I really expected that he would be the one that had brought me here. In Williamsburg, I said quite regularly, on Friday, the clerk sends me an email every week of if I have any cases next week and what I have. Over the weekend, I have a computer at home. I look at my cases and determine, and prepare for the following week. The practice in Williamsburg, when you have a motion, is you tell the clerk you have a motion, you give a certain period of time, she sets that aside on the docket. Let's say it's a discovery motion, she says 30 minutes. Some attorneys will see that as an opportunity to add a motion. And the clerk will tell me, this got added to it. It was never, we hadn't given permission for this to be added, but it's on the docket. You do with it as you see fit. If it's a routine motion, perhaps even an agreed motion, I would address it. If it's a meritorious motion, I'm not prepared. I don't take it up.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Who's that?
Peterson.
Senator Peterson.
I think we just had a laborious hearing where we had people that actually came forward with complaints against Judge Ellis, but do we have anybody coming forward against Judge Maxfield? I also practiced in front of him for years.
Senator, I don't believe that there's anyone signed up to testify, but so.
Well,
Judge.
I don't want to make a long story. The point is, that day.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Delegate Sullivan.
I'll not say
Careful
any more.
On this particular issue, I agree with Senator Peterson. I don't think this judge should be required to answer some allegation that he doesn't know anything about. We haven't even been told who summoned him here.
Okay. So, Judge, you're hearing the sort of feedback from the committee. If you'd like to just make any concluding remarks.
Well, no, gentlemen, I'm proud to serve. I enjoy helping the courts out. The courts are in a particular need right now because of COVID. As the jury trials are coming back on, they're having a hard time catching up. In Williamsburg, we have one judge. On some days, well, almost every day, there's myself, the regular judge, or another retired judge. So we're running two courtrooms regularly. And I would appreciate the opportunity to assist the courts through this time.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Just-
Delegate Sullivan?
Thank you. Just for what it's worth, for my colleagues up here, I haven't seen Judge Maxfield since he's retired, but I practiced in front of him for many years. Like Senator Peterson, I never received any or heard any kind of comments negative about him. And I thought he was a terrific judge, always happy when I drew him on motions day.
Okay, thank you. The information with respect to those evaluation results are before the committee. But I believe that is the,
Time to adjourn.
okay.
Mr.
Is
Chair.
there, hold on, Chairman Bell.
This is an announcement for House members. We will be having our votes on this at 8:45 tomorrow morning in the room right below where we assemble for the House. Thank you.
Okay. House Room 1. All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Second? We're adjourned.